You can be the best. Oh yeah. You can be the best. Oh yeah.
He shouldn't have been standing there.
If I'm right, and this is the movie I think it is, this will be really fucking crazy. I think. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I've never seen that. I guess more movies that I've never seen in my entire life, ever. I've never, this first one, I'm like that looks like LeBron right there. Like this looks like LeBron. What up, Dick? What shaking bacon? Bacons, I guess. I'm going to take my first hit of the day. Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys ready for the nonsense? How's everybody's day been? I've been watching a lot of Golden Girls today, just so we're all clear. Okay. And there's an episode. Blanche's brother, Leighton. I want to say something. This guy right here. Do you know how old he was supposed to be on this episode of Golden Girls? 45. Yeah, and that actually was a really brave episode. It was the episode where her brother came out as gay. And I think it was season 3, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see what Rose has to say. Oh no, we can't go to that. Let's go to this for a second.
Rose, I owe you an apology.
This is the episode I watched today.
I shouldn't have got you mixed up in all this. It's just so hard to tell Blanche the truth.
Clayton, you're selling your sister short. Now, at times, Blanche can be very understanding and compassionate and forgiving.
Get away from my baby brother, you cradle-snatching, empty-headed, two-faced dummy.
And then at other times, she can be a real bitch.
You did?
Blanche, there's something you should
snap,
Not
dude.
out, Clayton. This doesn't concern you.
Man, you are getting it all done today.
It does concern him.
Why? Because
I
he
love
was
this show.
seduced by a bubblehead whose hair looks like it was colorized by Ted Turner.
Now, just a minute.
But out, Clayton, this doesn't concern you. You're really going to regret this when you have to come begging on hands and knees for forgiveness.
Oh, then I shall never regret it because I never intend to apologize.
Oh, damn. They're supposed to be best friends.
We'll see about that.
I wish you hadn't done that, Blanche.
He's 45.
Hush up. It was for your own good.
There's something you just...
I'm older than this guy. I'm older than this guy is in this show. Like, I don't know how old the actor is in this show, but he's supposed to be 45. They're supposed to be in their 50s, right? The Golden Girls, I think. How old? The Golden Girls. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Between 51 and 63 years old. Now, they were all in their 60s. Oh, except for... Oh, wow. Wait, really? Oh, okay. So that's okay. So Rue McClanahan was actually the youngest. I was always told that Estelle Getty was the youngest. Anyway, they're like I'm like their age, right? I'm Rue McClanahan's age. And I would fuck her. It's like if I didn't have a wife, I wouldn't go after that. No fucking way. I'm very sorry. I would not. But she looks like she's like way older than I am. Am I tripping or what? Am I tripping?
Don't understand.
Oh, I understand perfectly. I pushed you into meeting all those women. That's why this happened. But it is over. Rose will be just fine.
Blanche, it's not
Oh,
as simple.
Clayton, honey, leave it alone.
Blanche, listen. Nothing happened between me and Rose. Just like nothing ever happens between me and any of the women you set me up with. There's a reason.
What are you saying, Clayton?
I'm saying
I love
I'm
wieners.
gay, Blanche.
Oh, Clayton, please be serious. You're just saying that so I won't set you up with any more women.
No, Blanche.
Well, then you're saying it because you're trying to get back at me for something.
Blanche.
Clay, I know you too well for this. After all, I know it can't be true. You're my brother.
It's true, Blanche. Maybe I ought to just...
And all Devereaux are whores. We just sleep with everybody, so it can't be true. Well, I mean, it could be true still.
be alone for a while.
Wait, isn't
Clayton Hollinsworth,
no, that's not the
you look me in the
intention.
face and tell me you really are.
It's just crazy to me that that's like I'm trying to explain it to my kids, like my point with saying all of that stuff was it was such a different time the way women looked back in the 80s when they got over 50 years old, because I remember my mom, she was young. She was probably she passed away in her 60s, right? And I should know this, but I don't know this. I'm terrible with these types of things. She passed away in her, I want to say, early 60s. In the 80s, my mom was in her 40s, I want to say. And I thought she was like ancient, but she was probably one of the youngest, she was pretty young then. I have pictures somewhere around here in the photos that we have of my family, oh, maybe we should, you know what? Do you guys should I wear a hat tonight? I can wear a hat now. Oh, I can do lots of things now. I could be Batman or I could be Robin. Okay, hold on. Or do we want I got cowboy hats. I've got the Robin. I've got Nightwing's mask. Guess what? I've got a Centurion hat. I can wear. Let's wear a cowboy hat. Just hold on to your hat. Just hold on to your hats, okay? All right. Now, does this bum you out? I hope it doesn't bum you out. I hope you're like, absolutely, BDK. This does the opposite of bum me out. Fucking idiot.
I think you heard me the first time, Blanche.
The age thing was Tex. What was that movie with Matthew Matt Dillon? Matt Dillon. Dylan. Do I sound anything like Arnold Schwarzenegger? Dylan. No. Matt. Dylan. Hold on. I used to have this on the channel.
So why don't you use the regular army? What do you need us for?
Jesus fucking Christ, why is everything
Some
so
damn
fucking
fool
loud?
accused you of being the best.
Hold on, let me time this out.
Dylan!
Matt Dillon. Yeah, wait, hold on, ready?
Dylan!
Matt. No, I can't do it. He's too fast.
You
You son of a bitch.
bitch.
Bro.
What's the matter?
Every time.
The CIA got you pushing too many pencils? Huh?
All right, man.
Had enough?
Make it easy on yourself, Dutch.
Okay. You never did know when to quit, huh?
Damn good to see you, Dutch.
Every time I see this handshake, I think of Turd Merger. I think that's what it's called. No, that's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I think of the turd handshake, the handshake turd. Yeah, I forget what it's called. But it's two muscle guys in a hardware store shaking hands, and they shake so hard that they make a poop in it. Oh, that's Texas. What? I don't know. I don't know if let's see. Let's see how old he is. And I'm sorry that took way so long to answer that. Okay, let's see. How old was Clayton on Golden Girls? Okay. Oh shit. Okay. So Monty, oh my God, dude, that's even makes me feel worse then. Clayton Hollingsworth is mentioned to be 43 to 45 years old. Actor Monty Markham was actually 53 years old. Why do they always get older people trying to, well, I guess it just makes sense. There's more older people, like maybe. It's crazy. All right, so they had another episode though. Let's see if we can find that. The Golden Girls. Let's see. Golden Girls. Michael gets married. Let's see if that one's on here. Okay. So this was crazy, right? So there's an episode in season 3 where Dorothy's son Michael gets married, and he's like in his, I don't know how old he is, if he's in his early 20s or mid 20s, and he marries a woman who is, I think, 41. But it's a wild episode. It's just a wild episode. I don't know how else to describe it. I would love to be able to see a clip of it. Let's see. Yeah. This is Michael. This is Dorothy, obviously. This is Dorothy's fiance. I don't remember her name, but she's 41. She's in the band. She sings. He plays the musical instrument. And this is this woman's mother. And it's fucking crazy. It's a crazy episode. They really tackled a lot of shit in the 80s. Why is this so loud, bro?
cheesecake is delicious.
It's not bad for store-bought.
I'd love to have another cup of coffee.
I will put on another pot.
Good. What's all the racket? Oh, Martha and the Vandellas are back.
It's all right, Dorothy. I've got one home just like her.
You have one at home, too?
One at home? What am I, a cocker spaniel? Why don't you just give me an old sock to chew on? You know, I'm glad you showed up. There's something important we didn't discuss this afternoon, and I'd like to get that cleared up before we talk about anything else.
What is it?
Is it true what they say about black men in bed?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Oh, Blanche.
Oh, yes, definitely. That is something I would like to know about, too.
Blanche, please, that's a stereotype.
Like, what the
Call it
fuck
whatever you want. I'm just
question?
faithful, it's true.
Isn't it great? the
It's
way
like,
we're all-
oh, look at the ladies. They're bonding over dick. I mean, because that's really what's happening. Like, Dorothy's losing her mind. She hasn't had it in like 5 years. I don't even know how long it's been. Quite honestly.
getting along. And Michael and Lorraine didn't have to elope after all.
And then
What did you say, Rose?
and then Rose just spills the beans.
Oh, no, I promised I wouldn't tell.
Rose.
All right,
You
I ran
just
into them
did,
when
you
they were
dummy.
leaving. They were heading for the all-night wedding chapel on Pompano Drive.
I know exactly where it is.
I'm right
Come on.
behind you. Sisters, come on.
This is like, God, I love that music, dude. Yo, what's up,
Did a
dude?
white man and a wrinkled old black woman just come in here?
She meant a regal black woman and a scuzzy little white boy.
What's up, bro? I tried throwing darts earlier. It was not. I'm not in a. Did you ever just have a day? How are you doing, man? How you doing, man? I'm wearing a cowboy hat. I was bumming Deck out, and I was like, you know what? I can't bum him out. I got to put on I put on a cowboy hat for him. I hope it cheered him up. You chilling? I'm talking about the Golden Girls right now. I was expecting it to be good. I was starting to figure it out, but then I had to bounce, and I don't know. Not like it's a big deal, but my average went up a little bit, so I'm able to play those like 40 to 60 average tournaments, man. Yeah, it's all Tex-Mex in here now, man. So I'm getting to play people that are very good and can sustain better, trips to the line than I can. And it's frustrating. That's all. Well, I'm sorry to hear about your eyelid. Do you have any like Benadryl or Zyrtec or anything that you can like wipe on it? Maybe, hold on. This would be a great idea. This would be a time for it.
I think this will work better if I piss on
Like,
it. But what if I
you
piss on it? Do you think that'll work better?
Do you think that'll work better? Maybe. It might. You might want to think about it. I'm just saying, don't do that. That's a terrible idea. That's a really terrible idea. So then I was talking about the episode where her son gets married to her daughter, and they try to tackle the race thing back in the 80s, He's white, she's black, and the main issue for Dorothy is that his fiance is like 41 years old and he's in his 20s. Dorothy was B. Arthur was a cool lady. Now I want to see this because I've never seen them all together off the show. I've never seen them on Merv Griffin. Did you ever watch Merv Griffin? Do you guys know what that is?
Big comedy.
Hot compresses, bro. Hey, bro, did you do your hot compresses? Yes. I just took a hit to be honest with you. I wasn't sure that I was going to stream, but I'm glad I did. We'll see how long it lasts. There's a little bit of minor panic ensuing right now, but that'll go away in just like, I don't know, maybe an hour. I never really watched it. That was my grandparents' thing. He'd be on in the afternoon, like right before my pop got home from work. But anyway, the Golden Girls. My nose is so stuffed up right now, and it makes me a mouth breather, and I fucking hate it. I might need to get those things that they... I always saw them on TikTok. You put the little sticker on your nose, and then the clips go clack, and then your nose just like... It opens like the biggest hole on either nostril so that you can be like... able to breathe, you know? Did you ever see those fucking things? I'm always like, every night. But did you see the ones where they just have doesn't have the metal band in it? It has an actual metal band outside of it. Let's see what you're talking about. Oh, they're the magnet ones. Yeah. Okay. Oh, shit, dude. Yeah, these are the ones that I'm talking about here. Something like this, I think. You want to click on it? Yeah. What is this? What is this website? I might need to go buy some tomorrow. I swear my nose is just like always stuffed. Always stuffed. Anyway, I'm a huge Golden Girls fan, and I've never seen them. I mean, you guys see. Wait, I'll show you. I don't pick it up. No, what the heckity deckity? Wait a second. There's something wrong here. No, that's it. Not it. Okay, well there they are. There are the ladies. Oh, that would be so funny, actually. Not that I anybody would pay that, but what if I put somebody's face? What if I put like the face of the week and we put it in Blanche's crotch? But I made it a certain amount of money that you had to get in order to see whose face it was. There you go. There they are. Oh, shit. Fucking crap. I'm sorry about that. I forgot I had all those things on. Who's streaking?
There's more coming. Everybody's doing it.
Wait, why didn't that go? Why didn't that go? Well, I can tell I'm like bloated most of the time now, so when I sit in this chair, it like puts pressure like on my lungs, and then my nose is clogged, so then it's like I sound like Darth Vader. And it really bothers me. I think so. Oh no, you know what it used to? Wait. Yeah, it was supposed to, actually. I think. I wish I could search. There's probably a way to search, but I forget what Cuddy's is. Hold on. Yeah, so this one.
Boom! Face.
Okay, I gotta fix that too. I got to make buttons for the filters for when I'm not playing darts, you know? Okay, then it works better. That used to be face, and then I changed it to Cuddy. Or maybe I didn't. Or it was going to be face. So anyway, here is the cast of the Golden Girls on Merv Griffin. I think that's what it is. Merv Griffin? Merv Griffith? It doesn't say. Here, okay, here we go.
Of the new season, The Golden Girls. It's a story of 4 mature women spending their golden years in a shared house in Miami. So first to join me.
Their golden years. Now, remind you, they're in their 50s. Their 50s were their golden years. The mother, though, is not. Because she is old. I think our character in the show, they always reference her age as being in the early 80s, you know, like kind of right around when my mother-in-law's age is right now. And my mother-in-law is in such good shape. She's probably like a Betty White character, like young-wise, you know. Her age is I think 83, but she's basically like she gets around like she's in her 60s. Anyway, here we go.
3-time Emmy Award winning actress
Winging,
who plays the slightly daffy, perfect casting, but always endearing Rose on The Golden Girls. Would you welcome Betty White?
He was a daytime, right? He was a daytime interviewer.
What planning? The hair is blonde, but the dress is gray.
The hair is blonde, the dress is gray, and that's as far as we're going to go. Listen, I don't mean to correct the host. That's always bad form.
What'd I say?
Isn't that crazy?
But who's counting?
Did I knock off an Emmy?
You knocked off an Emmy, and you know.
And you know, Betty White is like she's fucking one of the coolest women to ever exist, right? Just one of the coolest people to ever exist, you know. But what she did and the stuff that she did in the 60s and the 50s for anybody was insane. But the shit that she did it as a woman, which is even more insane for the time that she came up, you know. She was a real cool lady, you know, one of a kind.
You one of my 10. We you heard over there? Gee.
Hey, I don't have any animals to hold. I don't have any of that good stuff.
But
now.
look at the sparkle. Everything when you got.
I have a crush on Betty White for sure. I think she's pretty. I don't know.
Yeah, good.
But we are just having such a good time, and we keep pinching each other, saying, "Is this? They're not onto us yet."
Her hair is fucking. Their hair is fucking crazy though. Like super crazy.
Grandson left.
And I love the philosophy of that. We enjoyed having them there and everything, but we've paid our dues. God forbid he should move in on us.
That's right. In real life, could you live with those
those 4 broads, bro? Like you're talking to her. Come on, Merv. That's how I like broads. Even though I love saying broads.
In real life,
You cookie crazy broads.
could you live with 4 ladies?
I couldn't ever live with 4 ladies. But if I had to be sentenced, I would rather pick those than anybody else.
That's a fun group.
I'm just getting over the flu, so bear with me.
Oh,
if
aren't you? And I
cough.
just got it.
Oh,
I mean, just now as she coughed.
I'm spreading germs everywhere. Oh.
Dorothy at all?
Merv, I don't know what to say. I mean, this gets to be so boring. I don't mean your question. No, I mean, you know, I keep saying I can't kid myself. I'm 5'9.5" in my stocking feet. I have a very deep voice. I have a certain way with a comedy line or with any line, so that there has to be some similarity.
Some correlation, yeah. Because you always seem to be totally in control.
Yeah, except when I'm not on stage, when I'm
Oh.
always absolutely out of control.
On stage, you're in control. In real
on
life,
stage,
you're
on
a mess.
stage, you see, I can be omnipotent because I can be anything I want.
Uh-huh.
You know that
Yeah.
feeling. Oh, I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
tell
yeah.
by
Oh,
looking
yeah.
at your eyes.
But, off
This is
stage,
intriguing to me.
your life
I'm
is a
intrigued
mess.
right now.
No, it's heaven, but I'm not.
She said it's heaven, but you heard her.
You know that
Yeah.
feeling. Oh, I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
tell
yeah.
by
Oh,
looking
yeah.
at your eyes. You
But-
know that.
But off stage, your life is a mess.
No, it's heaven, but I'm not sure of myself. I tend to be very shy.
Heaven,
very
but you heard it.
boring, and actually about 5 feet tall. Seriously, Betty can tell
She
you that.
giggles a lot. She goes.
Okay, but I like this. Wait, I like this. I like the. Okay, are they acting or did they really enjoy each other's company? Because I've read articles that they didn't really care for each other, or one of them didn't care for each other. But there was another episode. There was another thing that we watched with Betty White and Rue McClanahan, where I think Rue tells a joke to Betty, and it was like a nice moment. So to see them like this is nice, you know. I think
I'm very not unsure. That's not the word.
B. Arthur's character is like, she's great too. Dorothy's a great character.
Is the word you
Inarticulate. Inarticulate. Saturday comes along, and you're so damn tired that you spend the day in bed, if you have any sense at all.
You don't go
so
to
that you-
singles bars or in.
Not when you're unless it's a hiatus week.
Then
I
you're in
mean,
the
then-
singles bars.
It depends what city you're in. You know.
Tell the truth. Have you been picked up recently?
You mean by the network?
No, not. I don't want to talk show business.
Yeah, I
Hey.
tell
I
you.
want to meet the guy who can pick her up.
Yeah.
No, yeah, of course.
Is there a little story?
Toronto.
Would he ask that question to a man, though, you think? I don't know why I'm on that subject right now.
Well,
But you know what I really like about B. Arthur right now in this? The way she, okay, I think this is really neat. And maybe that's the way she is. She looks like she's looking right for Betty's hand so she can grab it, right? And do her like little, she's a touchy-feely person, you know? My son's a touchy-feely person. And I love it. But I think that's really nice.
I want
Watch.
to talk show business.
Yeah, I
Hey.
tell
I
you.
want to meet the guy who can pick her up.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Or what if that's a sign where she grabs your hand and it's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you later, Betty. You know it's gonna happen. And depending on the severity of the squeeze meant like how many more times it was gonna happen.
Of course.
Is there
No, that's pretty.
Toronto.
That's really pretty the way she.
Just a good neighbor
Are you the
policy.
pickers or the pickees? You got picked up in Toronto?
Well, yes. I mean, in a way, yes. Are you bringing up an age thing, Murray? Because if you are, I'm going
not.
to hit you.
No.
I'm going to hit you.
I want to know what
I
happened.
heard what you were how you were questioning Betty, and I really resent it.
Oh.
Yes. No, I think you were.
What did I do wrong?
No, you were asking Betty things like, or was I reading the thing earlier on questions to be asked
I
about
just
the
sit here and have
age
fun.
thing and how it changes one, and right?
Yeah.
And I frankly don't see any difference at all.
In what?
Well, I mean, why would you bother asking me if I've been picked up recently? If I were 30 years
Fucking A right, you motherfucker. That's why she was the fucking shit. That's why she was the fucking shit. Because she saw that shit. She saw the fucking differences. I don't know. I think that's really cool.
Things like, or was I reading the thing earlier on questions to be asked?
And she's
about
I just
the
sit here and have
age
fun.
thing and how it changes one, and right?
Yeah.
And I frankly don't see any difference at all.
In what?
Well, I mean, why would you bother asking me if I've been picked up recently? If I were 30 years younger, you wouldn't have bothered asking me that
Oh,
question.
yes, I would have.
Or if you were a man, you wouldn't have asked that question either.
Picked up anybody.
Yeah, but you see, so there is a difference. There is a difference.
Why are you
That
trying to
big-
get away from the
No,
story?
I'm
Who
not
picked
getting
you up
away,
in
darling.
Toronto
I'm
that
not
you had a
getting away.
wild
He was
night
an
with?
Indian.
Oh, an Indian. You're kidding. In Canada, they have a lot of money.
Yeah. I'm not talking about American Indian.
No. Oh, you mean like a Pakistani?
The fun ones,
Ooh,
yeah.
Whoa.
Don't look so shocked, Betty.
Tell me about it.
Bring me over to the set to question them.
Told me
And
about
they
the
have great
sailor and the
restaurants there,
skycap, but
too.
she didn't tell me
The
about
Indian
the
restaurants are fabulous up there.
Have any of you visited? I mean, do you go down to shoot exteriors or anything like that in Miami?
Not yet, but I bet we will.
Yeah.
No, we haven't. So.
We haven't yet, but there's been talk of it.
Yeah.
They'd love us to. I've never been there, so it'd be kind of interesting to do that.
Would you ever consider
Hearing
that
her
later
not
on
talk
in your
as
life when you get
Blanche is
older?
really interesting.
Yeah, or move to a development or a settlement where there are a lot of people your own
No,
age.
I want to die on the stage. I want to be working in New York sometime when I'm 84.
Really?
Oh, sure.
And
I think
go,
that's-
just go right in front
right
of.
there, right at the end of the last act.
On a high note.
Because I don't want to, inconvenience anybody and die in the middle of the show.
Oh no, no.
At the very end,
As they're applauding big.
the whole curtain comes down and then that's it. Not 84, maybe 94.
Is there any way we could advertise it ahead of time? 'Cause I'm glad I came. Did I find out stuff tonight I never heard before?
Like what?
Her about you.
You
and-
need me on the set. I could get all of this information out so you already get to know each other. But then you really do. Do you hang out?
I'm in love with this right now, you
All
guys.
day.
But then 6 o'clock, when the curtain falls, goodbye, girls, huh?
No, Estelle's very big at giving dinner parties. She does a lot of entertainment.
Oh, do you,
Oh,
Estelle?
yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been at her home a couple of times.
You're the company cook.
Aw.
Yeah, kind of.
But you're East Coaster.
Yep.
What do you think out here?
I love it out here. I didn't think I would, but I do. I love it out here. I think it's
I love
wonderful.
her
the
voice,
sunshine.
man.
When I first came out here, I was living in a slum and I didn't know it. Because there were palm trees. And
Oh, yeah, right? Right. You come from the East Coast to this, and you're probably like,
Yeah, they have palm trees. I thought somebody said to me, "You're living in a terrible neighborhood," and I said, "What do you mean? There are palm trees." I didn't know you could live in a slum with palm trees.
Do you think, from what you've known, being an actress all your life, that the great success
Oh, my God.
of this show will
Betty, or B.
de-emphasize or change the constant search of youth for youth in this country?
Yeah, but I think that has to do not with the show. I think it has to do with the fact that the advertising moguls, have suddenly awakened to the whole idea that there are people who are not jiggling around, and who are older and
Not
have
jiggling.
money.
They're still jiggling. They're
There's-
older, but they're still
Yeah, but
jiggling.
at least
this is when society took a shit. This was when the fucking fat cats were like, you know what? We can get every fucking demographic. In 30 or 40 years, we'll make a movie called Boss Baby. And then we'll what's the word I'm looking for here? We'll get the baby demographic. We'll appeal to them little fucking shitters. This is it. That was it. That was the moment.
Jangling might be.
you jiggle.
No. She jiggles. Ah.
She jiggles. I mean, yeah.
Do you really, Betty?
Yeah.
No.
Don't jiggle. Not as high as I used to jiggle.
She's funny as fuck, dude.
It's terrible.
It's just revolting.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is they found out that people in their 50s and 60s and 70s are very vital. They're alive. They spend money. They go on vacations. They buy refrigerators and cars and carpeting and
That's
jewelry
very
and food
smart
and beer.
insight.
And they've suddenly awakened to the whole prospect of that there is a whole market out there that's
Is there
untapped.
I read an article. It might have been a misprint. I can't believe the figure, but they said people with non-discretionary income, meaning when they have money left after they paid all the bills.
Oh, that's
house
fuck
bills,
you money.
utilities, everything, the car payments, everything.
No, that's not fuck you
are
money.
People over 50.
Fuck you
And
money
they
is when
have $800 billion
you could send
to
like
spend, and
a dump
whoopee-
truck of horse shit to your
The
enemies.
baby boomers
boomers? Aren't the baby boomers now into that?
House.
Oh, I think the baby boomers are the yuppies.
That's
You've
right.
got to get all these words right, Betty.
Oh, 'cause I get my.
You're either the baby boomers. I think now are
The
yuppies.
former hippies are now young.
Oh, but which war?
I meant.
Yeah,
I
that's
meant-
what I was gonna
What
ask.
I meant
The
was.
Spanish-American War. Yes,
That's
they would
what I
be.
meant.
Those are the
Oh,
baby
Merv.
boomers from that crowd.
The baby boomers are now in bloomers, I think is what you're trying to say. I
The
meant-
baby boomers are in bloomers, right?
No, but I thought, when everybody was having a baby because it was the in thing to do, and I thought they all were growing.
Here,
into
this is what we're
senior
gonna
citizens
do,
now, but I guess
actually.
I lost
I
something.
thought that was just recently.
This is going to be so
Rose.
crazy for me. I feel
Rose
like.
hasn't quite got it all together. We're visiting.
I think
with
this will be
Estelle
better.
Getty. And let me take a break, and we'll come back. The Golden Girls are here.
So how crazy is that, right? I thought that was really crazy. I love that though. I want to watch more. I want to watch more. I want to watch more. Okay, the Golden Girls. Hold it. Okay, what is this?
Played the vamp on Mary.
Legendary TV sitcom director Jay Sandrich worked with Betty White.
Okay,
on the
hold
Mary
on,
Tyler Moore
hold
Show.
on, hold on now.
Really.
Okay. 8 of 9? Give me back to 1 of 1, you dudes. Where's the... All right, let's watch this, okay? This is what I want to watch
Remember
right
when
now.
the Golden Girls made 4 women in a Miami living
This
room
was the
feel
that
like
was the episode they
funniest,
had the joke on.
sharpest, most fearless people on television. From 1985
Okay,
to
this is when they were
1992,
you got arrested as being
Dorothy,
hookers.
Rose, Blanche, and Sophia served up cheesecake, one-liners, and life lessons like it was the easiest thing in the world. It
True.
was warm. It was witty. It
Oh,
was
that was her
perfect.
chicken that could play the
Or
piano.
at least, that is what it looked like on screen. Behind the wicker furniture and the pastel bathrobes,
Oh, that's Clayton and
things
his
were a lot
husband.
stranger
Or
than most
boyfriend.
viewers ever
Fiance? I
realized.
forget how they dressed that.
Today, we are counting down 15 weird and wonderful facts about the Golden Girls.
Okay, let's do it. Let's see what it
We
is.
are talking a housekeeper who vanished after episode 1.
That's
a
true.
queen who demanded her own private show. And a nickname so nasty we can barely say it out loud. And trust us, you are not ready for what is near the top of this list. So hit that like button.
Okay, I hate the
Subscribe if
voice,
you
but
have not
I am
already,
interested in watching
and
this.
drop
It's
a
36
comment
minutes.
with your
Ooh,
favorite
oh, okay.
Sophia Zinger. Now, let us get into the countdown with number 15.
I hate
Number
AI for that
15.
reason.
The show was born out of a joke. The Golden Girls, one of the most beloved sitcoms of the 80s, did not start with a big pitch meeting, a novel, or some brilliant screenwriter locked in a room with a typewriter. It started with a bit, a 1-minute skit, a punchline that was never even supposed to become anything. In August of 1984, NBC was throwing a big promotional event to introduce advertisers to its upcoming fall lineup. 2 of the network's own actresses, Selma Diamond from Night Court and Doris Roberts from Remington Steele,
Doris
were brought
Roberts was on
stage to
Remington
hype up a
Steele?
new show called Miami Vice. And in classic Selma Diamond deadpan, she pretended to mishear the title. Instead of Miami Vice, she said, she thought it was called Miami Nice, a show about a bunch of old people in Miami playing pinochle. The audience
Pinochle?
howled. NBC Senior
Pinochle?
Vice President Warren Littlefield was sitting in that crowd, and something in his brain lit up. What if there really was a show like that? A comedy about older women in Florida, cracking jokes and refusing to fade quietly into their retirement communities.
All right, brother.
few
Have
weeks
a good
later,
night.
Producers Paul Jungerwitt and
See
Tony
you
Thomas
later.
came in pitching a series about a female lawyer. Littlefield passed on the lawyer show, but pulled a classic executive move. He said,
You too,
"How
man.
about
Have a
you
good
write
night's sleep.
Miami Nice instead?" They handed the idea to writer Susan Harris, who had semi-retired after Soap. She read the concept,
Wait,
saw the potential nobody
wait.
else was chasing, and started
Ah,
writing
shit.
about women in their 60s.
Okay, Soap. Soap. I never seen that before. Who? Jimmy. Why do I know that name? Who the hell is that kid? Playing for keeps. Marissa Tomei. Hell yeah. Oh, that guy. This guy was on. No, that's not who it was. Never mind. That looks like the guy I'm thinking of. This guy. Tell me this guy kind of doesn't look like a younger version of this guy. No, I actually hate Wikipedia for anything entertainment wise. I don't like it. This guy. I feel like they look similar to one another. You can't really see it. I guess they don't. They do, though, a little bit. A little bit. All right. Let's get back to it.
And here is the weird part. NBC originally wanted the characters to be around 40. Harris quietly ignored the note, aged them up 2 decades, and delivered a pilot that turned into one of the highest-rated shows on television, all because of a joke about card-playing seniors that nobody expected to survive the night. Number 14. There was a forgotten 5th Golden Girl.
Yeah.
If you sit down and rewatch the very first episode of The Golden Girls, something is going to feel off.
Yeah.
There is an extra person in the house. A
I
tall,
forget his name.
sarcastic gay housekeeper named Coco. Played by actor Charles Levin, wandering around the kitchen serving drinks, stirring pots, and quietly stealing the odd scene. And then, poof, Coco is gone.
Yeah, gone.
Never mentioned again. Not written out, not moved to Chicago, not...
You know what it is? You know why I think that was? My opinion on the matter is that it showed that they had wealth, I think, and there were probably too many shows like that. You know, Dorothy, they kind of struggle monetarily throughout the show, if I remember correctly. You know, they do fine. They have money. You know, it's Blanche's house that they live in, that she lived in with her husband, and I can't remember his name, but he passed away, and she was looking for roommates, and that's how they met. She put like up you know, something on a billboard in a supermarket or something like that, something like that, and she met Rose, and Rose was walking around a supermarket with a cat. I think I showed that clip before, and she just gives the cat to some random kid. She's just like, the kid's like, "Hey lady, is that a cat?" And she's like, "Well, yeah, this is my cat Peepers," or some shit like that. Then she's like, "Hey, here's a fucking cat, you fucking idiot." Okay.
That's comedy gold. That is funny.
Yeah, that is funny. That is funny. Hold on. Rose Nyland. Okay. Okay, this is it. They meet for the first time. Are you ready? That's my son, by the way. That's his. He was like 7 or something.
What is it? I heard screams. What's happening? No, nothing. Everything's
No. Let's just go to the part where they meet. Okay, here's where they meet.
25 years I have avoided that picture. Even when Stan invited me to the
Eccentric old ladies who used to bathe together and floss each other's teeth. I kicked him out one morning, and that very afternoon went down to the supermarket to advertise for new ones. That was when I first met Rose.
This is early on too, I think. Look, she's like fucking walking around with her fucking cat, dude, in a supermarket.
Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, I know exactly what you're going through. I can read it in your face.
You can.
Oh, sure. Your husband or your boyfriend dumped you. Oh, honey, don't let it get you down. It's just the nature of the beast. They'd do it in the mud if they had to. You just go sleep with his best friend. That'll even up the score.
Am I on candid camera?
But that's the thing. So I think they were like, these women need to be, because I feel like most seniors back then were struggling. They were working, and like they are today, but there are more older people that are more well off than I think there were back in the 80s. I could be wrong about that. That's just my opinion on the matter. But Dorothy's like a teacher by trade. That's like what she came to be, but she ends up doing a couple other things to kind of make ends meet. They don't really go into what Blanche does, I don't think. And Rose struggles pretty, she's got jobs on and off, and then I think that's what it is. I think they were living off of, at least Rose's character was, she was living off her husband's life insurance, I think, or pension or something like that. And then one episode, it like dries up and she's got to go out and find a job. And she gets a job for a TV station, of course. And she does all these odd jobs and for the one news anchor until he finally gives her a big break. And she becomes a goddamn, wouldn't you know it, she becomes a fucking news reporter for a TV station in Miami. Like, what the fuck? Like she does these like little cute episodes, like the little 5-minute segments where it's like, getting rowdy with Rose or some shit like that, where she goes and interviews people. But anyway, this is where she's walking around a supermarket with a fucking cat. And it's just like no big fucking deal, man.
You mean you didn't get dumped?
Well, actually, I did, by my landlord.
Oh,
he threw me out
shit.
of my apartment, but I couldn't sleep with his best friend. He's over 80 years old and thinks he's the Archduke Ferdinand.
Why did he throw you out?
Well, the new owners of the building don't allow cats, and I'm not about to part with Mr. Peepers.
Oh, I guess you...
Oh, that's his fucking name. His name is actually Mr. Peepers. I fucking actually remembered that. That's fucking hilarious to me. I think I did say, oh, this is Mr. Peepers. I completely forgot. So hold on. I'm really getting upset right now at Rose because she just left her fucking apartment. That she just got kicked out of the apartment because she didn't want to get rid of the cat that she has to go to the fucking supermarket with. Like, what are you, Rose? What are you there for? Rose, what are you there for? What can you possibly carry out of the fucking supermarket if you've got a cat and you're trying to contain a cat? Wait. Oh, wait, look at Blanche's hand, though. Looks like she's getting ready to fucking suck on a chicken nugget. Does anybody see that? Does anybody see that right here? She's like, ooh. I see it. Oh, she's actually, she's getting ready. She's like, she's double fisting a donger, dude. Suck. Oh, bro. I can't believe I paused Blanche like that. That's like, she's like, she's telling the story. She's like, actually, there were like a couple, like 4 guys, and she's like, I was doing this, and then I was like this. Bro, but oh man. Okay, work with me here. This is where we're at right now. Okay, that looks like a chicken nugget. Tell me it doesn't, or like a chicken nugget whale head. Maybe it's the head of a fucking humpback whale. I really don't know. If you look at, oh my God, it's Biff. Hi, Biff. Biff. Oh my God, Biff.
Stiffer.
You're missing it. I'm on it right now. What are we listening for, by the way? I wonder.
Can't really predict whether it's seconds away
she's predicting.
or another 5 minutes.
Everything's moved because I'm like, my face is always off screen when I'm watching something. Look at Blanche's hands though, Biff. She's getting ready to eat a chicken nugget.
Did you hear?
Oh my God, did you hear that? I heard it.
Look, see
Oh, it does sound wetter.
Super thick. Look at
Oh my God, dude.
Thick!
Thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. So I'm trying to figure out, Biff, why Rose is walking around a supermarket. Like, was she just going to look at the board? She must have just been going to look at the board, right? Because there's no way she's buying anything if she's got to hold a cat, plus carry stuff, and then... Right? Well, that's what I said. Well, I paused it, and I'm on this rant about why Betty White's character Rose has a cat in the fucking supermarket. And then I'm like, oh, it looks like she's holding a chicken nugget in her hand. She's getting ready to suck it. And then, wait, let's watch this, and then we can show Biff right now what happened. We can show Biff right now. Let's watch it. This doesn't have here we go. What did I say? Wait. Oh wait, look at Blanche's hand though. Looks like she's getting ready to fucking suck on a chicken nugget. Does anybody see that? Does anybody see that right here? She's like, ooh. I see it. Oh, she's actually she's getting ready. She's like she's double fisting a donger, dude. Suck. Oh, bro.
Yeah, that's good shit.
I can't believe I paused Blanche like that. That's like, she's like, she's telling the story. She's like, actually, there were like a couple, like 4 guys, and she's like, I was doing this, and then I was like this. Bro, but oh man. Okay, work with me here. This is where we're at. Right? Okay, work with me here. Okay, it's a chicken nugget. But anyway, here's the bit, right? Here's the point, Biff. Here's the point, Biff. Betty White's character, Rose, just got kicked out of an apartment because she didn't want to get rid of her cat, Mr. Peepers. And she's about to give her fucking cat that she walked into the supermarket with to a fucking 10-year-old kid because she needs to go fucking live with this chicken nugget jerking off sucking woman with the face of a wall. That's terrible. I'm terrible. And then I look at this thing right here. Look at this right here. It looks like a face. Tell me it doesn't look like a Rock'em Sock'em robot person. Anyway, this is where we're at right now. Get ready. This is the first time to meet. Okay.
You have been through a lot together, huh?
Yes.
We've been through a lot together.
But I wouldn't feel right having a home if he didn't. We'd become very attached to you.
You know, I think that shows great strength of character. I like you, and I like cats. I also happen to have a room for rent, and the name is Blanche Devereaux.
Why would you name a room Blanche Devereaux?
That's very good. I like a roommate with a sense of humor. My last 2 roommates were 2 old sticks in the mud from Minnesota. Oh. Tell me a little about yourself.
Well, my name is Rose Nyland, and I'm from Minnesota.
Stop it, girl. You're killing me.
Oh, but I'm not a stick in the mud. Oh, listen, I can let my hair down and get crazy with the best of them.
Hey, I think we'd get along great. I got a feeling you're a wild woman.
Oh, you bet I am.
I steal cats.
I eat raw cookie dough. And occasionally, I run through the sprinklers and don't wear a bathing cap.
Oh my God, look at that lady. Holy shit. Wow. She scared me when she turned a corner there. She's like, I'm on a TV show.
Cap. And at Christmas, I've been known to put away more than 1 eggnog.
think I better keep looking.
Oh, I'll stop eating raw cookie dough.
No, honey, that's not it. It's just the two of us have nothing in common. We're just two different kinds of people.
I
It
like to
wouldn't
suck
work
dick.
out,
You
believe
like to drink eggnog. I don't know what to tell you.
I bet your cat lady.
Oh, wait. Okay, he's not even 10 years old. Maybe he is.
Peepers? I had a cat just like it.
His name was
Harpo,
Dick.
but he died. I miss him.
Oh, well, you'll have to get yourself another kitty. Would your mommy let you have another kitty?
Oh, sure,
Yeah,
lady.
She said she would get me one next week.
Next
Well, if
week.
you promise to give him a really, really good home, I'll let you have Mr. Peepers.
Great. Would it be okay if I call him Harpo?
Well, I don't think he'd mind.
Thanks a lot, lady.
There you go, sweetie.
Thanks a lot, lady. Look at this fucking random cat lady in the supermarket. She just gave them to me, Mom. Remember when you said you would buy me a cat next week? And she goes, I told you 10 times, Brad. I wasn't going to buy you a cat.
Say, Rose, look, now, I'm not making any promises, but how would you like to take a look at that Blanche Devereaux room?
Really? I'd
Really?
love to.
Come on, let's go.
All right.
By the way, what's your name?
Yeah, why did your cat die, Brad? Well, ate rat poison. All right. Oh, that's okay. This is Blanche's boyfriend at the time. He was a fucking real asshole. I hated him. These clips are really funny. So anyway, I don't know why I got on that tangent about when they met. Yeah, I don't know why I got on that one, but anyway, there was a character on the original episode, Coco, who was their butler. He was like their housemaid or something. He was their like live-in chef maid person, and he was like comic relief. And then he just went away. It was either the gay thing or the fact maybe it actually was the gay thing. I think it might have been. Maybe that didn't track well with the older people. That actually makes more sense. Like, actually, it doesn't go both ways. So anyway, we're looking at 15 weird facts we didn't know about the Golden Girls by TV Legends Revisited. This is great. It's good information, to be honest with you. I just didn't know. That's interesting. Anyway,
Killed
here we
off
go.
in some tragic off-screen sandwich accident, just erased from the entire universe of the show.
Oh, it's correct.
So what happened? Coco was always meant to be a major character. NBC President Brandon Tartikoff personally suggested Charles Levin for the role after seeing his groundbreaking gay character on Hill Street Blues. And producers loved the idea of having an out-and-proud gay man as one of the core housemates in 1985.
Huh.
That would have been genuinely revolutionary for network television. The problem was math. The pilot came in 5 minutes over its allotted runtime, and something had to go. Editors started slicing scenes, and unfortunately, almost everything Coco did wound up on the cutting room
How
floor.
convenient.
By the time the final pilot aired, he was basically just serving drinks and disappearing between commercial breaks. Meanwhile, Estelle Getty's Sophia, who had originally been written as an occasional guest character, was tearing up every scene she appeared in. The audience adored her.
Well,
Test screen.
Well, don't say that. Like, oh, we accidentally cut out. You know what? It's really weird. We got to get rid of 5 minutes on this episode, and it's really weird. All the editors, they just kind of like cut Coco out, even though Coco, like, the show's kind of been built around this guy Coco. You know, he was he was supposed to be one of the main characters. He was supposed to be the Estelle Getty character. It's really weird, Brad Tartikoff. By the way, we played the first episode to people, and Estelle Getty, she's killing it. So we should make her a main character instead. What do you think?
Things went through the roof. So producers made a cold calculation. Sophia stayed, and Coco was quietly removed from the show forever. Charles Levin never appeared as the character again, and the Golden Girls became a foursome instead of a fivesome. Sometimes greatness happens because 5 minutes
She
had
looked
to be trimmed off a pilot.
Sophia looked terrible.
Petrillo happened to be standing in the right kitchen. Number
Coco.
13.
Coco, the
Betty White
Coco went missing.
Was never supposed to play Rose. Picture this. You get the script for a new NBC sitcom. You flip to your character description, and it says, man hungry, flirtatious, cannot walk past a mailman without proposing marriage. If you are Betty White, that role has your name all over it. You spent the 70s playing the deliciously scandalous Sue Ann Nivens on The Mary Tyler Moore Show, and everyone in Hollywood already types you as that character. So when producers first cast Betty White in The Golden Girls, they put her exactly where you would expect. As Blanche Devereaux, the Southern belle who never met a bedroom, she did not want to redecorate.
No way. I don't buy that for one
Rue
second.
McClanahan was slated to play sweet, dim-witted Rose Nylund, the kind of naive
What?
small-town lady she had already perfected as Vivian Harmon on Maude. 2 actresses stepping right back into the boxes Hollywood had built for them. But then the pilot's director, Jay Sandrich, took one look at that lineup and
That guy looks like a tomato.
Sandrich was worried that Betty as Blanche was just going to feel like Sue
Actually,
Ann
he
in a
doesn't.
wig. Same character, same jokes, same rhythm. And when Rue read for Blanche one afternoon with a full Southern drawl, he could suddenly see it clearly. This was the smarter, riskier version of the show. Sandrich pulled Betty and Rue aside and asked if they would consider switching.
Man, could you imagine that? I don't think I could.
Betty, according to her own memoir, was heartsick. She wanted Blanche. She had already been playing Blanche in her head for weeks, but she trusted Sandrich, said yes, and rewired her entire performance in a matter
A tomato
of days.
sandwich.
It is one of those tiny, invisible decisions that changes television history. Because if that swap had never happened, we would have gotten a Betty White we had already seen and lost a Rose Nylund we never even knew.
Nyland.
Number 12.
The AI is so fucking stupid that I actually thought that's what the character's name was supposed to be when Rue McClanahan was going to be Rose Nylund. It's Rose Nyland. Fix your shit, man.
Blanche's Southern accent was a smuggled-in gift. Here is a fact that even the most obsessive Golden Girls fans sometimes get wrong. Blanche Devereaux, the queen of Miami charm, honey-dipped vowels, and every syllable stretched out like taffy, was not written that way. Nowhere in the original pilot script did it say that Blanche needed to be Southern at all. In fact, the pilot's director, Jay Sandrich, told Rue McClanahan to drop the accent she had developed in auditions and to use her natural Oklahoma voice instead, which is a real voice. But it is not exactly the voice we now associate with a woman who once seduced 3 of her deceased husband's cousins at the wake.
It's true.
Sandrich felt the accent was too much, too theatrical, too Blanche Dubois, too on the nose. So Rue reluctantly played the pilot pretty straight.
Really?
Then something interesting happened. Once the show was picked up as a series, a new director stepped in for the ongoing episodes. His name was Paul Bogart, and he had the exact opposite opinion. He asked
Whoa.
Rue to bring the accent back. Rue did not just bring it back. She weaponized it. In her own words, Blanche believed a strong Southern accent was sexy and strong and attractive to men. So Rue leaned into the vowels, the honey, the dramatic pauses, the little breathless flutters. And what makes it even funnier, none of that would have happened if she had listened to the pilot director.
Yeah, for real. Okay.
That accent, that voice, that
So-
walk, the whole.
If you ever like watch like, and maybe they're written that way on purpose, but if you ever watch documentaries, especially things about like the most epic bands and things like that, like even what was somebody telling me? Cinderella, the band, like the band Cinderella. You know them guys? I don't know why I brought this up, but I think they were like a band that, I don't know, Bon Jovi found or something like that. If you look at it, even at some of the other big stuff, big movies, big bands, big entertainment, there's always something weird that happens that if they don't do it the way that they do it, right? If the flip didn't switch, you know, like if Blanche and Rose's characters don't get flipped, the actors who play them don't get flipped, it's not the same TV show. It's not as big a hit, you know? And this guy right here, this is the guy I talked about. He was on Who's the Boss. He played 2 characters on Who's the Boss, 2 different characters. Did you know that? Yeah. It's crazy. And this, like, it's crazy. And he's on this show too. He plays this is just, I'm looking at the picture here and I'm remembering the episode. This is Blanche's daughter and her husband, and her husband's a fucking piece of shit. And Blanche is upset that her daughter is a little, I don't know, overweight. I don't know. That's what they do in the episode. That's what they talk about, is how much she eats and all this stuff, or isn't in shape for her husband. You know, and Blanche looks down at her for that kind of stuff, if I remember correctly. But anyway, let's go back to what they're saying. So if they don't do this voice, if they don't switch, then, you know, it's not as huge a show, you know?
Whole Blanche package we now think of as iconic was basically Rue quietly deciding, I know better than the memo. And she absolutely did. What makes it even better, Rue was not actually from the Deep South at all. She was born in Hilton, Oklahoma. So the entire Southern Belle mythology of Blanche Devereaux was invented by an Oklahoma girl on the fly, over the head of a director who told her to knock it off. Number 11. Sophia was a year younger than her own daughter. This is one of those Golden Girls facts that sounds like a trivia team's dirty trick. Estelle Getty, who played the ancient,
Everybody knows that.
wisecracking Sicilian mother Sophia Petrillo, was
Those
in
are
real life
early
younger
episodes.
than the
That's when
actress who
she
played her
looked
daughter,
so different.
and not by a few months.
The
By an
makeup is
entire
terrible.
year.
That's what she typically
When
looks
the
like
show
in the
premiered on
episodes.
September 14th,
Oh no, that's different. That's early.
1985, Estelle Getty was 62 years old. Bea Arthur, who played her daughter, was 63. Betty White was also 63. Rue McClanahan, the youngest, was 51.
That's crazy.
So Sophia, the wrinkled Sicilian grandmother we all pictured shuffling in with her straw handbag and her opinions about everything, was actually the second youngest actress on the show. To get her looking around 80, the hair and makeup team had to build a Sophia from scratch every single day. A white curly wig, oversized glasses, layered wrinkles, heavy makeup that took anywhere from 45 minutes to nearly 3 hours to apply.
What a gap
Depending
in
on
time
the
there.
season and the shot. Getty famously threw herself into the transformation. During auditions, she reportedly told her makeup artist, "To you, this is just a job. To me, it is my entire career down the toilet, unless you make me look 80. She got the part. And here is the twist. Sophia may have been the oldest character in the house, but Estelle was younger than the woman playing her own kid.
Right.
And the audience never knew that the Miami senior citizen tossing insults at Dorothy was, technically, the child in that pairing.
Right.
And here is one more detail most
Wow.
fans
I don't know
miss.
about that.
B.A. Arthur and
B.A.
Estelle
Arthur.
Getty, the most iconic Italian
By
mother
Arthur.
and daughter in 80s television, were both actually Jewish. They were doing a fictional Sicilian family every week, and they were so good at it that fans grew up assuming they were straight out of Palermo.
Stop
Number
it.
10. The kitchen table had only 3 chairs.
Yeah.
Go back and watch any of the
It
countless
did.
kitchen scenes on The Golden Girls.
I believe
Really look at the table. There are
there are
only 3
times
chairs.
where they
4,
bring in a
not
fourth
5,
though,
3.
because they're
In
all
a house
sitting
where
there.
4 housemates spend 98% of their emotional lives sitting around that table
It's
eating
true, though.
cheesecake and dragging each other
Most
into
of them are
arguments about Eric,
sitting.
there are only 3 chairs. And no, this was not a set design mistake. It was a very deliberate choice.
Because they're always on the
reason
move.
comes down to camera blocking. If the set
Well, yeah,
had a
that's
4th
of
chair,
course.
one of the 4 women would either end up with her back to the camera, or all 4 would be crammed shoulder to shoulder on one side of it. Either way, it looked wrong on television. So the show simply built a 3-chair kitchen and kept whichever character was 4th up and moving. Cooking at the stove, leaning on the fridge,
Right.
walking to the coffee pot.
Right.
The show still got its physical comedy, and every scene stayed alive. And here is the extra weird part. Bea also generally got the center chair whenever she did sit down.
Right.
That was the sweet spot for reactions, for punchlines, for the little slow head turns that made her deadpan land. Look at those famous, endlessly reposted kitchen photos of the 4 women together, and you will notice a subtle staging trick. Bea is usually the anchor. The
Right.
other 3 orbit her. That is not accidental. It is a whole geometry of comedy that started with a very simple decision to leave a chair out of the set. It also solved a practical problem. 4 chairs around a small round table would have felt cramped. 3 left the space open,
We already figured that out.
warm, and cinematic. And once you notice the 3 chairs, you cannot unnotice it. Someone leans on the counter, someone opens the cheesecake box, and Bea just moves. A tiny design choice that quietly shaped every kitchen scene of the show.
Yeah,
Number
that is
9.
noticeable. And it's kind of interesting when you think about it because she's really, I wouldn't even, maybe the anchor isn't even, well, the anchor for sure, because, or this, the sun, I don't know, everything orbits around her, right? She directs all the comedy, you know, everything goes through her. All the conversations go through her most of the time in the kitchen, which is kind of crazy when you think about it.
The Miami house was not in Miami. So
Nope.
the entire premise of The Golden Girls is that these 4 women live together in a warm, breezy, tropical Miami home with
I'm pretty sure
palm
George
trees,
Clooney is on this
pastel
too.
walls, and Blanche's endlessly
plays like a
redecorated bedroom. Everything about it screams
Marshal, U.S. Marshal,
South
or something like
Florida,
that.
except the house itself. It was not in Miami. It was not in Florida. It was in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I figured there were still
exterior
palm
we all know
trees.
so well. That ranch-style house with the white walls, the palm trees, the little archway leading to the front door is located at 245 North Saltaire Avenue in Brentwood. That is West Los Angeles, roughly 3,000 miles from any actual beach in Miami. The producers used it in the first 2 seasons, and the interior was never once shot inside the real house. Then,
Well, of course.
in season 3, things got even weirder. Walt Disney World was in the process of building a new theme park called Disney MGM Studios.
Okay, this is
in Orlando,
interesting.
Florida. They needed attractions. They needed real television magic that tourists could actually walk past. So Disney built an exact replica of the Golden Girls house, front porch,
But
and
that's when
all,
they're singing the
on
song
something
for
called
Miami.
Residential Street, and used it as a stop on the studio's backlot tour. From season 3 onward, whenever you saw the exterior of the lady's home, you were actually looking at a Disney facade
Yeah.
in Orlando.
Wow. Burt
not
Reynolds,
the real
yeah.
Brentwood house at all. So the fictional Miami home was shot in Los Angeles, then rebuilt in Orlando, then eventually torn down in 2003 to make room for a stunt show. The
Oh,
Brentwood original is still standing, however, and reportedly sold a few
Miles.
years back for around $4 million.
That's
which,
crazy.
when you divide it 4 ways among the Golden Girls, comes out to 1 million per girl.
Wow, is that how
Blanche
math works, you
would have
fucking
absolutely
idiot?
approved. Number 8. The theme song was second choice. Try to imagine
Really?
the Golden Girls without its theme song.
Oh my God, it's my
You
favorite thing
cannot.
in life.
The opening
It
notes
makes me
of Thank
so
You for
calm.
Being a Friend are so tied to the show now that most fans could hum the entire tune on demand. But here is the thing. It was not the show's first pick.
No
The
way.
producers actually wanted a completely different song. Bette Midler's Friends.
Bette
It fit the
Midler.
tone
Wait,
perfectly. It
wait,
was
wait. What did he say? What did he say? What did he say?
Bette Davidson? Is it Bette Davidson?
No,
Betty, or is it Betty Davidson?
it's Bette Midler. Bette Midler, or what did this idiot robot say?
show now that most fans could hum the entire tune on demand. But here is the thing. It was not the show's first pick. The producers actually wanted a completely different song. Bette Midler's Friends.
Bette.
It fit the tone perfectly.
Bette
It was warm,
Midler's.
it was famous, and it sounded exactly like what a show about 4 best friends should open with.
What song was
There was
it?
just one problem. Licensing Bette Midler's Friends was outrageously expensive, and the show was still an unproven concept from a network that had only just gotten the pitch through the door.
Okay.
So somebody, quietly, mentioned another option.
Why do they keep using the
Andrew
same
Gold,
clips? Oh,
Thank
that
You
guy
for
did
Being
it.
a Friend,
Ton of coke.
a modest hit from 1978 that had been floating around the culture for a few years without ever really becoming a signature song. It was affordable, it was hopeful, and lyrically, it was almost too perfect to be true. The producers grabbed it. Then they hired a session singer named Cynthia Fee to record the version we all know today.
They paid her a fee.
Cynthia showed up, laid down the vocal in something like 20 or 30 minutes.
What if they
and
were
left
like,
the studio
Cynthia showed up, drank 8/5 of Jack, then smoked a half a pound of weed, and then laid down that dope track?
thinking it was just another workaday gig. She did not expect anything to come of it. Nobody did. And here is the weird part. Thanks to
She
union
obviously
rules,
didn't. I'm just
session
saying it
singers
would
get
be
paid a
funny.
royalty every single time the song is played on air.
Oh,
So
hell
when
yeah,
the
dude.
Golden Girls became a hit, then a syndication smash, then a cable staple, then a streaming staple, then a permanent piece of television furniture forever. That one afternoon of studio work quietly turned into decades of steady checks.
Nice.
As one producer once put it, that random session in 1985 put Cynthia Fee's kids through college. Number 7. The Queen of Cheesecake could not stand cheesecake.
No way.
Cheesecake is basically the 5th Golden Girl. It is on the counter. It is in the fridge. It
It's
is
not
in
in
the middle
every
of the table
episode.
at 3 in the morning, while 4 grown women debate their love lives with forks in their hands. By some estimates, the cast of the Golden Girls collectively consumed more than 100 cheesecakes over the show's 7-season run.
Oh, that's terrible.
Bakeries from all
It's
over
not
the
nothing.
United States would even ship them to the studio as gifts, hoping their product would be featured on camera. It became such a huge part
Do
of the
they have
show's
it on
identity
the?
that just seeing a picture of a slice of cheesecake makes most fans think of Miami.
Is that something do you think they had in the credits? I've never really looked. Do you think the cheesecake was listed in the credits? If not, that would be kind of, that would kind of be, I think, a shitty thing to do.
And here is where it gets funny. Bea Arthur, who
Bea
spent 7
Arthur.
years eating that cheesecake on camera, hated cheesecake in real life. Not disliked, not tolerated. Hated. Bea's own webmaster, Kevin Buckstiegel, confirmed years later that Bea genuinely
What
could
does that
not
mean?
stand it.
Own
Something about
webmaster?
the texture,
What
the
is that?
sweetness, the density, or maybe just the sheer volume the writers kept forcing on
What does
her.
that mean?
7 seasons of forkfuls into the same denser-than-a-bank vault dessert. B being B, she did not throw a fit. She just quietly powered through take after take of cheesecake she never wanted. On camera, she would take a bite, deliver a line, sigh, and roll her eyes at whatever Rose had just said. Off camera, she would rinse her mouth and swear like a sailor. What makes it even better, Betty White and Rue McClanahan actually loved cheesecake.
Because
Estelle
they're
Getty
fucking
was fine with it
real
too.
people.
So 3 of the 4 Golden Girls were basically at a nightly dessert party. And the 4th, the woman doing the sharpest close-up bite in the entire show, was in a very quiet, very deadpan hell. Only B. Arthur could turn hating cheesecake into a 7-year performance. Okay,
Oh my
we have to
God.
take a quick
I get
pause
paid
here
a good
because
amount of
if
money,
you are having as much fun with these behind-the-scenes stories
but I'm
as
in
we
hell
are,
because I have to eat a
do us a
cheesecake.
favor.
How many? Wait, how many episodes of the Golden Girls were there? I don't know. That's actually a lot. That's actually a lot if they did 100. If they did 100, that's about like 50% of the time. More than, right? They're eating a cheesecake. Oh, okay. I feel bad for her now. Now I feel bad for her.
Hit that like button, subscribe if you have not already, and drop a comment telling us which fact so far has actually shocked you the most. And if there is a Golden Girls story you have heard that we absolutely have to cover next, put it down below too. We read every single one. All right, let us keep it going, because the top half of this countdown gets a lot stranger. Now, on with number 6. Number 6, Sophia's face was basically a special effects
Yeah,
project.
like 56% of the time they're eating a cheesecake.
Was younger than her TV daughter, but that is only half the story. The other half is that turning her into Sophia was one of the most elaborate daily transformations
thought we already
on
discussed
any
that.
sitcom of the era. Every single filming day, Estelle sat down in front of makeup artist Maurice Stein, and the process began. A white, curly wig, layers of foundation, prosthetic wrinkles applied and blended into her skin.
No, they probably didn't think
Extra
about it like
shadows
that. But there
around the
were
eyes to
times where
hollow
there
them
was
out.
like ice cream or
Big,
something different,
framed
you know?
glasses to soften the shape of her face. Even her posture had to shift. By the time she stood up from that chair, she
Yeah,
was not Estelle anymore.
I think the
She
way
was
she
Sophia.
walked was
Fully.
even like, I thought about that
Voice,
tonight.
walk,
The way she
attitude,
walked, hey, Crip,
all of it.
was like,
Stein once said that when Estelle first sat down, she was
you
just
could
a
tell
nice,
she was
lovely
like,
lady. But as the makeup
she
went
put-
on, she slouched deeper into the chair, got crustier,
she put a lot of
started
thought
tossing out
into how
one-liners,
her
and
character
by
was.
the end of the session,
you know?
he had Sophia on his hands. Now, here is where it gets weird. The transformation originally took around 45 minutes. Manageable. Quick. But then Estelle went on hiatus after season 1 and, according to some crew members, came back looking noticeably younger. Reports at the time suggested she had gotten a facelift over the summer break.
Oh,
which
shit.
was totally her business, except now the makeup team had to work harder to age her
Yeah.
back down. So the daily process ballooned. Some sources say up to 3 hours in the chair before the cameras could even roll.
How you doing, Crip?
So yes,
We're down a
one of
Golden
television's
Girls
most beloved older
whole.
women was in fact a middle-aged actress getting slightly younger in real life, while the makeup department had to keep making her look slightly older. Only in Hollywood. Number 5. Sophia was terrified every time the cameras rolled. Estelle Getty, the woman who played the sharpest-tongued, most bulletproof grandmother in television history, spent 7 seasons of The Golden Girls quietly battling one of the worst cases of stage fright the cast had ever seen. From the outside, Sophia looked fearless.
I started watching it again.
Delivered zingers, told Dorothy off.
I'm taking a break from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Once even told off a priest. But inside the wig and the wrinkles, Estelle was struggling. She had spent most of her career doing theater, and by the time she got Golden Girls, she was already in her 60s, breaking into major television with 3 enormously experienced co-stars watching every move. In a 1988 interview, she openly admitted that working alongside stars like Bea Arthur and Betty White made her even more nervous. There were moments during live tapings when she would completely freeze on camera, forgetting where she was in the scene. To cope, she started writing her lines on her hand.
Yeah, that's when somebody came looking for them. That was he was like gonna kill them.
Catch it. Sometimes she would still stumble anyway. What her castmates and crew did not fully understand at the time was that the memory issues were slowly getting worse for a very real medical reason.
Monster Squad
Years later,
TV show.
Estelle
I didn't even know there was a
diagnosed with
TV show,
Lewy
man.
body dementia, a condition that eventually took her life in 2008 at age 84.
That's what Robin
Looking
Williams had
back,
too, didn't
a
it?
lot of the freezing and the forgetting that people once chalked up to nerves was almost certainly the earliest signals of a disease she did not yet know she had, which makes her performance even more remarkable. Every one of those zingers, every eye roll, every picture at Sicily
Those glasses, my mom had a pair of those.
through fear and, unknowingly, through something bigger. That is not just acting. That is grit. Number 4.
It is. I agree with
The
that.
Queen Mother demanded her own private Golden Girls show. When the Golden Girls hit its stride in the late 80s, it was not just American grandmas rushing to their sets on Saturday nights. It turned out one of the biggest Golden Girls fans in the entire world
That's crazy.
was Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother of the United Kingdom. Yes, actual royalty. According to the show's cast and multiple British press reports at the time, the Queen Mother was so obsessed with the Golden Girls that she reached out and requested the cast come to England to perform live for her. Not a red carpet event, not a press junket, a command performance. The performance took place on November 21st, 1988, at the London Palladium, as part of the Royal Variety performance, which the Queen Mother attended in person. Bea, Betty, Rue, and Estelle actually flew across the Atlantic to perform a live sketch in character for a room full of royals and dignitaries. But here is the twist. The Golden Girls were famous for their edgy, sometimes very frank humor about sex, dating, and everything the 80s would not normally show on prime time. And that is not exactly what you serve up to the Queen Mother in a Palladium box seat. Bea Arthur told the Orlando Sentinel at the time that the ladies would perform about 7 minutes worth of material, but they were going to have to censor a few things for the Queen. So the writers dialed the Blanche of it all way
Blanche
down.
wasn't allowed to say
What ended
dicks,
up on that
cocks,
stage was a
assholes,
G-rated, cleaned
balls.
up, palace-approved version of Dorothy, Rose, Blanche, and Sophia meeting Ronnie Corbett in London and reenacting bits from previous episodes.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
wow.
the Queen Mother sat there in a tiara, watching 4 American women make her giggle. And somehow, that is exactly on
That's
brand
pretty cool.
for the Golden Girls. Number 3.
I want to see
A
what that
Golden
7
Girls
minutes
writer
looks like.
got
Do
actual
you think
death
they have
threats.
it?
Long before Mark Cherry created Desperate Housewives, he was a very young sitcom writer working on The Golden Girls with his writing partner Jamie Wooten. He was in his late 20s, still learning the business, and about to write an episode that would forever prove how brave and how dangerous this show really was. The episode was called Sister of the Bride. It aired on January 12th, 1991, in the show's 6th season.
So that's okay. So now we're coming full circle back around. This is the character I was talking about earlier, Clayton. He is, hey, what's up, CK? He's Blanche's younger brother, who in an earlier episode comes out to her and tells her, all these years you thought I was this, I wouldn't say womanizer because that's not really what he was. Player, I guess, would be a better term. And he's like, nope, actually, I'm gay. And then he comes back a few seasons later and is like, hey, by the way, this is my, he's going to marry this guy. He's going to marry, I don't think his name is Kevin, maybe. I forget. I was 1 for 1 with Peepers, man. Peepers, that was actually really funny.
Blanche's brother, Clayton, played by Monty Markham, had already come out as gay in an earlier season.
Right.
And now he was showing up in Miami to introduce his boyfriend, Doug, and announce that they were going to have a commitment ceremony.
A commitment ceremony, okay, right.
In 1991, on network television, on a Saturday night. Same-sex marriage was still very much illegal in the United States, and same-sex ceremonies of any kind were still an enormous cultural taboo. Cherry has since said that if his episode was not the first sitcom episode to seriously depict a gay wedding, it was only the second one ever. And a few days after the episode aired, the network called Cherry and Wooten into a meeting. Cherry has recalled the exact line. So you guys are getting death threats, actual letters, actual threats, actual hate.
That's fucking
all
crazy,
landing on
dude.
desks at NBC because a beloved sitcom about older women in
Hell
Miami
yeah, dude.
dared to show a gay couple choosing each other. Some of the letters were full of racist and anti-Semitic language,
Go
too.
figure.
Cherry, who is gay himself, later joked about the strange logic of the hate mail. But behind the joke, the story is a real reminder of how radical the Golden Girls actually was.
Yeah, it really was.
Four
They really
supposedly
tackled a lot
quiet,
of
older women in a Miami
heavy
living
topics
room,
for the
punching
90s, you
holes
know.
in taboos that the rest of primetime was not brave enough to touch. Number 2, B. Arthur did not like Betty White at all. On screen,
Oh.
Dorothy and Rose were television's ultimate odd couple.
Oh, that makes me upset
Deadpan
now
and
watching that Merv
sunshine.
Griffin.
Sarcasm and stories about St. Olaf. It looked like effortless chemistry, and in a professional sense, it was. But once the red light went off, according to multiple people who worked on the show, things between B. Arthur and Betty White were a lot colder than the audience ever knew. Golden Girls co-producer Marcia Posner Williams put it bluntly at a 40th anniversary
That's
panel,
insane to me.
saying
That makes me
when the
upset.
cameras rolled, they were pure professionals.
Yeah, I just saw
But
that
when
the new
cameras
Futurama
stopped,
came out.
Those two could not warm up to each other if they were cremated together. Casting director Joel Thurm also went on the record in his own book about it, and multiple crew members backed him up. B. Arthur, in private, reportedly used a very ugly word to describe Betty, the infamous C word.
I was going to say
Not
it had to be a
once,
C word.
not by accident. Repeatedly. Enough that people who worked with her simply expected it. So what was going on? Betty was famously warm with the studio audience. She would break character mid-scene to chat with them, wave, tell a story.
I think
blow
Twin
kisses
Fire
to
was just
sailors
talking
in the
about
front
Outer
row.
Limits the other day, but the
Bea
earlier version maybe.
absolutely hated that. She came from a stage background where you never break the fourth wall, never wink at the
Wait.
crowd from a wave, tell a story, break character mid-scene to chat with them, wave, tell a story, blow kisses to sailors in the front row. Bea absolutely hated that. She came from a stage background where you never break the fourth wall, never wink at the crowd, never step outside the show. She saw
Right.
Betty's audience interactions as unprofessional and possibly as a way of hogging attention. Betty herself has publicly acknowledged that Bea was not fond of her, though she always kept the language gentle. Rue McClanahan, ever the diplomat, said Betty was a big fan of Bea, and Bea's feelings simply were not mutual. So no, they were not braiding each other's hair between takes. They were being professional and quietly furious, and giving America 7 of the best sitcom seasons ever recorded. Number 1.
Sounds like B just
Bea
didn't like
Arthur
that.
Killed the show. In 1992, after 7 wildly successful seasons, the Golden Girls signed off. Dorothy got married in the finale, moved out, and hugged her family.
She gets married to Leslie Nielsen, who coincidentally, probably around the same time or a little earlier, I kind of joke about it. He proposes to Mona on Who's the Boss, and she's like ready to walk down the aisle with him, and she's like, "Fuck you! I want to fucking, I want to bang. I don't want to be locked down banging. I want to bang whoever, And then he takes off and he goes on to the Golden Girls, and it's the season finale. That's what happens. It ends up being a joke to trick Blanche for trying to meddle and be like a fixer-upper person. And they joke that they're going to get married, and then they actually fall in love and get married. It's a 2-episode finale, and it's these two leaving the show. Then they tried doing how many seasons of let's see, the Golden Palace, is it? The Golden Palace, right? So Golden Palace has Don Cheadle and Cheech Marin. Yeah, I think it was 1 or 2 seasons. It's one season. It's only one season. The magic was gone. Like, it was just gone. Once B. Arthur. Oh yeah, Jack Black was on it, a taxi driver. It's okay. It's an okay show. But anyway.
Family goodbye. It felt like a natural, graceful, tearjerker ending. What most fans do not know is that the show was not supposed to end at all. NBC wanted more Golden Girls. The other 3 actresses wanted more Golden Girls. The audience wanted more Golden Girls. There was really only one obstacle, and her name was B. Arthur. According to co-producer Marcia Posner Williams, when the executives sat down with the cast to talk about a possible season 8, they went around the room. Estelle Getty said, "Yes, let us keep going." Rue McClanahan said, "Yes, let us keep going." Betty White said, "Yes, let us keep going." And then B said, quote, "No effing way." Not a polite pass, not a diplomatic maybe, a hard, absolutely final
What the
no.
fuck?
She was done. B had been ready to move on for a while. 7 seasons is a long time to play the same character, especially on a set where she was not exactly friends with everyone. She was reportedly tired of the grind, tired of the tensions off camera, tired of Betty's audience banter, tired of the whole treadmill. So when they came to her with contracts for another year, she was ready with her answer. The other 3 did not want it to end there. So NBC quickly retooled everything into a spin-off called The Golden Palace, keeping Betty, Rue, and Estelle as the same characters running a Miami hotel, minus Dorothy. It lasted exactly 1 season before it collapsed. Meanwhile, B walked away with an Emmy, an American Treasure resume, and 0 regrets. Sometime before it collapsed.
But look at this.
Meanwhile,
Look, it looks like the same chair from the Golden Girls. Let's see. Let's look at the Golden Girls kitchen. Look, here it is. Look at that. That's the same chair as that chair. Same chair. They even use the same fucking chair. They used the same chair from the kitchen of the Golden Girls set, and it still didn't work. Like, we're gonna Like maybe, well, that makes sense, I guess, if they moved, you know, and they brought their furniture.
B walked away with an Emmy, an American Treasure resume, and 0 regrets. Sometimes the biggest reason a beloved show ends is not the network, not the ratings, not the writers. It is one woman at the kitchen table who decided that 7 was enough. And there you have it. 15 wild, weird, and wonderful facts about the Golden Girls. From
Okay.
a housekeeper who
I
vanished
don't know
into
if they
thin
were.
air, to a queen who demanded a
I don't know if
private
they were
show,
wild.
to a leading lady who quietly pulled the plug on one of the biggest sitcoms of all time. Which fact shocked you the most? Which one did you already know?
Okay.
And which Golden
None.
Girl?
None. Okay. There's the first one. I want to watch these right now. That's what I want to watch. I'm all Golden Girled up right now. I want to watch. I want to start. I want to. Oh, I gotta find these, man. I'm gonna go pee. Where's number 1? I see 6 of 9. Okay, so we got 9 videos right here. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna come back down. Maybe I'll be wearing a new hat. Maybe I won't be wearing a hat at all. Maybe I'll shave my head. Who knows? We'll find out in a minute. Okay. Here, I'm gonna put this on. Big scene. And then do I have a BRB? And then I'll give you I do. Oh, look at that. That's cute. Fucking pervs. How about the J.O. right when Biff shows up? Talking about Rube J&O. All right. You know what? Maybe I should go get some popcorn. Kind of hungry. Yeah, no. Well, we won't worry. I've got potato chips. If I really want to nosh on something. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Let's get back to the scene. Oh, the BRB goes away. Look at that shit. Okay. Although, where is the image? We'll put that on right now. Okay. Let's watch this shit.
Who knew that growing older could be so sexy and so much fun?
What say we get out the Ouija board and scare up our husbands?
Shot the cork off his jug. I said, I couldn't say that. My father.
This is 15 years ago. Holy shit.
1985 to 1992, the Golden Girls shot to the top of the ratings charts and made these ladies the hottest babes on the tube.
The creator is setting fire to the rain. All one word.
Rose, Blanche, and Sophia had a standing date with millions of devoted admirers every Saturday night.
Sri Lanka. Will you tell me what in Sri Lanka they see in four old ladies living together?
Well, I'll tell you what I remember from the Golden Girls. Okay, Golden Girls was on Saturday nights. And Saturday nights was when I was at my biological father's house. And, well, it wasn't his house. It was where he lived with his mother and her mother. And my great grandma was in her 90s, I think. Maybe late 80s. I remember she passed away when we moved out when we moved out of Philly. But I was telling my buddy the other day, we used to live in this row. They had this row home, and then on the other side of the street, or the row home was here, and then on the other side of the street was the corner store, and they sold everything in there. They sold beer. They sold, they were like a little mini supermarket. I don't know how they did it back in the 80s, and then it changed to where you have to get all these liquor licenses and stuff. But I used to run over there. I used to pick up cigarettes for her, and like one of those big containers, like probably like a 24 pack of Pabst Blue Ribbon, and I would carry it back over. I have the money, I'd give it to him, bring it back. I think she changed smoke Slims, Slim. What are they called? Some of the really small slim cigarettes, and my grandmother smoked Pall Malls, I think. And they would wear their muumuus at bedtime. I would get in my footy pajamas. We would take a bath. We would watch a movie, get some food from like a pizza place or something. Watch an afternoon of shitty movies. He'd get stoned and drunk. And we would just watch movies. And then we'd get a bath. We'd come back downstairs. Saturday night, she'd be watching like Love Boat, TJ Hooker, some shit like that. And then it always ended with Golden Girls. And Golden Girls was like right when I had to go to bed. Virginia Slims, that's what they were called, right? Virginia. And so for a really long time, I love watching that show because the intro to that song, it was like I was allowed to watch the intro, and then I'd have to go say goodnight. I'd have to go say goodnight to my great-grandmother, my grandmother, who hated everybody. And my dad would then set us up where we were going to bed, you know? anyway, it really calms me down. But yeah, that's kind of how it worked for me. With Saturday nights at their place. Kind of crazy.
Exclusive interviews, rare footage, and hilarious clips. We'll reveal the secrets behind the boudoir doors in the Gals Miami bungalow.
Are you going to believe me if I tell you?
And we'll hear how these talented ladies became the surprising sweethearts of prime time.
Could never happen in real life, but it made for great TV.
Thank you for being a friend. This is TV Tales, The Golden Girls.
All right, let's get it on. We're down in it. We're down in a hole. Down in your hole.
Oh, pussycat, look at you. But to tell you the truth, I was hoping you'd use my wedding dress.
This is when she gets married. Oh, this is the end?
When B. Arthur's character Dorothy Zbornak said, "I do," in 1992, millions of devoted fans said goodbye to the Golden Girls. For 7 years, these four ladies broke all the television stereotypes of senior citizens. The Golden Girls were funny.
I'm gonna be dead in 24 hours. Couldn't you stay in the closet for one more day?
Independent.
That was the episode I watched tonight where Sophia has a death dream with her husband in it, Sal. She thinks she's going to die, and she comes out and Blanche is showing how to do this ear blowing thing to B so she could get laid. And she comes out and she's like, "What the hell? Can't you just stay in the closet?"
I care. Hypersexual bitch.
And they didn't mind getting a little bit naughty.
Well, sure you do, Dorothy. Remember, you thought you were grabbing Stan's parking brake. The fact that these were all older women who were not only clean and well-groomed and well-coiffed and well-dressed, who also had active sex lives. It was exciting.
Damn it, Dorothy. If you'd have sex in public more often, this kind of thing wouldn't happen. It was revolutionary in that it was using women as its leads, women over 50, which was, oh my word, so daring and unheard of.
We were like 4 points on
It's
a
true.
compass. We were so different from each other, and yet we all somehow meshed.
The inspiration for this diverse mix came from an unlikely source. In 1984, NBC was promoting its fall lineup with a preview special. At the taping, actresses Doris Roberts and Selma Diamond appeared in a sketch to pitch a new series called Miami Vice.
Oh, that's oh no, never mind.
Show that takes place in the most wonderful
Oh, this is what the thing was talking about.
Warren Littlefield was head of comedy development at NBC.
Selma Diamond kept saying Miami Nice, and Doris Roberts would say,
I
"No,
know that
Selma,
guy."
No.
This is a show about sitting on the beach.
No, Selma, honey, no. This show is not called Miami Nice. This is called Miami Vice.
Doris, don't do this to me.
It's all right. Don't worry.
Those two ladies were really hysterical. Doris was on Remington Steele, Selma was on Night Court. But we realized that they were tapping into voices that just weren't on television. I said, well, why don't we do something with that?
Littlefield pitched the concept to NBC chief Brandon Tartikoff, who liked the idea.
I think the whole network felt there was a segment of the audience that was not being addressed. The older audience that didn't have their place in the
But
segment.
my great grandma and my grandmother, they loved that fucking job, man.
Soap and Benson.
Paul Witt and Tony Thomas came in with another writer, and they were pitching.
And then they
a
did
show about a young female
Empty Nest. Empty Nest probably kind of took over after.
You know, I'm really not interested in that show. Let me tell you the show I'm interested in doing.
Warren said there's a chemistry there. And
After this show went off the air. Thank God it existed.
We'd love to capture it. Think about some women who live together, a couple ladies who live together, and so on. And that's basically what they gave us.
And the writer looked at me and said, well, I don't see that at all. And they left the room, and then Paul and Tony kind of walked the writer out to the hallway, and then they ran back into my office.
We said, wait a minute, we think we know someone who can really write this wonderfully.
And they said, well, maybe it's something we can interest Susan in. And I said, Susan Harris? And they said, yes.
Susan Harris was one of Hollywood's premier comedy writers and producers. Her resume included edgy sitcoms like Maude and Soap.
Soap tackled issues, the gay son, you know, the priest that was in love with whoever. She was never afraid to tackle issues. If there was any issue out there, she would tackle it. And that's her reputation.
And we then went back to Susan and said, good news, they want to talk about rich, interesting characters, you know, and not just 20-year-olds, and people with long lives and history and stories to tell, and that's right up Susan's alley.
It's a portion of the population, like I said, that's been ignored, that really needed a voice, needed representation.
But Harris wasn't sold.
This is pretty cool.
Littlefield got on the phone himself.
And she said, well, I really like the idea. I mean, I could write this, but will you guys ever put it on? And my response was, if you write it, then we will put it on. We'll have to put it on because it'll be so compelling and it will be so wonderfully entertaining. And she took the challenge.
I didn't set out to teach so much as, number one, entertain, and number two, show people that life goes on and can be exciting and full. One can be independent, attractive, vital after the age of 40, after the age of 50.
Susan Harris took a crack at a pilot script. She decided the Golden Girls weren't going to
Well, that's
spend
kind
their
of
days
funny
in
too. That's like a
Washington.
TV show that I think I should watch because I remember, what was it, 30 something? Was it? Came out in the 90s, 30 something, 40 something. I forget what it's called. I just remember my parents loving it because they were that age, you know. Oh my God, that's fucking freaking me out. No, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, my mom was probably in her mid to late 30s in the 90s. She turned 40 in is that right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Okay, there we go.
These women had jobs, boyfriends, and most importantly, each other.
From the time I read the first draft, I was screaming with laughter. I was running around my house.
I was
grabbing
pissing
anyone
my
I could
pants and
find
grabbing my
saying, "Listen to this,
balls
Listen
and-
to this. I've got to read this scene to you.
We had one of the great pilot scripts ever written by someone who was at the time probably the best writer in television. So we had gold, no pun intended. We really wanted to make sure you can't make mistakes in television casting.
The 4 leading roles were up for grabs. There was Rose, the naive widow from Minnesota, Blanche, the Southern siren, Dorothy, the sarcastic school teacher, and Sophia, Dorothy's smart-mouthed mother.
One of the interesting things that happened is this show came 1 year after The Cosby Show. And a light bulb went off for us. We realized that we had tapped into a casting pool that had been underused. And as
100%.
we went into the development of Golden Girls, what we said is, you know, these women are not starring in feature films. There's wonderful talent out there.
So we were out there reading everyone except for Bee's part.
Yeah, and you got to get lucky. You know, they got to be available, and that can kill you right there.
Ryan's Song was the show about the guy, the football player, right?
Actress. But the producers were picky, and their patience was about to pay
Lynn
off.
Swan, I think. And God, who was it?
You love the rain so. It reminds me of my first kiss.
Your first kiss was in the rain.
No, it was in the shower.
In November 1984, the creative team behind the Golden Girls had a terrific script. They sent the pilot to a number of veteran actresses who knew a thing or two about sitcoms. 49-year-old Rue McClanahan starred in the 1970s hit Maude. The minute Rue read the script,
Yeah, but isn't that
she
B.
wanted in.
Arthur?
when I began to read it, I said, oh my Lord, this is just exactly what I want to do. This is the one I want to do. I want to do Blanche. I know how to do Blanche.
But producers had another actress in mind for the part of the flirtatious Southern belle, Blanche Devereaux. They wanted Betty White, who is best known for her role on The Mary Tyler Moore Show as Sue Ann Nivens, the horny homemaker.
They had me originally playing Blanche. They had sort of written it with that in mind.
And I called my agent and I said, I love this script and I want to audition for Blanche. And she said, forget it. They've got Betty White practically pegged for that role. It's just almost set. They've almost offered it to her. They want you to look at the role of Rose.
Producers thought Rue McClanahan was right for the part of the terminally innocent Rose Nyland.
I can't see it.
They believe Rue's hilarious portrayal of Maude's ditzy neighbor Vivian made her the perfect choice.
We had them come in to read for the parts, and
I gotta look this up because this is so dumb to me. I almost don't like this version of B. Arthur. She looks so different to me, dude. It almost doesn't look like her. But Maude was a really big show, if I'm not mistaken, right? I'm pretty sure it was a pretty big deal. Like the kitchen, like no lie, that kitchen, this setup right here kind of looks like the kitchen from the Golden Girls. It's like pretty similar. Where is this at? That's crazy.
Jay Sandridge, who directed our pilot, said, why don't we consider flopping Betty and Rue for the parts, because Betty's already played the vamp on Mary.
Legendary TV sitcom director Jay Sandridge worked with Betty White on The Mary Tyler Moore Show.
I had not really
Jay Sandridge, more like tomato sandwich, am I right?
Performer. And she came in read, and I thought, she is really good, but she's not right for this part. You just don't believe her. She's not, there's not an innocent bone in her body. So I said to her, would you mind reading the other part?
Oh, I said, okay, I'll do that. So I did. Of course, I'd already studied it.
Rue came back in and she was wonderful. She was just wonderful. I'm not saying she was as good as Betty or Betty was better, but this really, I knew she could do the part. And I knew deep down Betty could do Rose.
Betty and I are called in, and unbeknownst to her now, they want her to read Rose. She wasn't told this. So when they said, now we'd like to hear you read together, and you read Blanche and you read Rose, and she said, oh, Rose, oh.
She said, how could you do this to me? What? I've never read this. I don't know what to do. And I said, you'll do it fine.
Well, I knew who Blanche was, but I had no idea who Rose was. But Susan Harris said, Rose is so naive. She's totally naive. She never gets the double meaning of anything, no sarcasm.
And he's still interested.
In what?
So she just off the top of her head began to create Rose. And I thought she was so perfect.
I've known plenty of women who've had strokes. Some of them are in very bad shape, but they're still ladies.
She was innocent, she was good, she didn't have a mean bone in her body, and the mistakes she made were mistakes that she didn't ever do deliberately. I really enjoyed her, because I had come off playing bitchy, rotten Sue Ann Nivens.
Let's see if this works.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Oh, it does.
Out into orbit where I would never have dared to go.
Right.
At our age, long engagements don't make sense. The way I wanted her to be was a
Oh, that's right. I got cereal.
And soft character, not hard and harsh the way she could have been. She was very self-centered and very selfish, but it was only because she was so insecure.
The last minute
But she
switch
was
worked.
still harsh at
Producers cast
times,
Rue
but
as
she did
Blanche
soften
and
up.
Betty as
She would
Rose.
come back
But there was
around.
no
She
question in
would think
Tony
about
Thomas's
it.
mind who should play Sophia,
See where
Dorothy's
she went
smart-mouthed
wrong
mom.
most of the time.
The producer was hooked the day he met Estelle Getty. The
Figured it out.
61-year-old actress was just coming off a successful run in the Broadway comedy Torch Song Trilogy.
I was doing the
This is what I've been eating at
She
night.
read and was brilliant. And then the next day we did callbacks, and I couldn't.
32-ounce bag of honeycomb.
Paul and Susan were in the casting session, and I kept leaving notes and messages. If she doesn't do it right, have her do it again. I promise you, she's the one.
How long is this story? I'm 80. I have to plan.
So I came running up there after the session, and I said, "So what'd you think?" She was terrible, and I went crazy. "No, then you should have had her." He said, "No, God, she was brilliant," and she was just perfect for the part.
I always said she'd missed her calling. She should have been a stand-up comic because she could tell very funny stories about her real life.
Because I'm the only one who comes from a first-generation American family. I'm first-generation American. So they like to hear all the stories about my family.
Just reduced me to tears. But that's not.
Let
at
me
all
know
the
if
way
I'm
she
too
played
crunchy.
Sophia. She played Sophia in a completely different way.
It's me, Blanche. You look like a prostitute.
She just had this kind of, you know, this kind of attitude about her that I thought was very funny.
3 down,
Bro,
the crew.
you've been meatballed. That sounds awesome. Is it meatballs made of chicken? Or is it chicken and meatball? That sounds so good. I'm not gonna lie.
Crucial role of Dorothy remained open. For producers, there was only one woman
I love
who played
meatball
a
pizza.
divorcee who didn't mind sharing her opinions on just about everything.
My agent said, what's this about you're doing a new sitcom? And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Turned out the script called for a B. Arthur type.
In the 1970s, B. Arthur hit it big, playing the ultimate.
Wait. So somebody called her and was like, listen, they've got this B. Arthur type character. And they're talking to B. Arthur? B.A. Arthur? Bia?
Feminist Maude Finley on the sitcom Maude.
They're leftover meatballs made of ground chicken and rice I already ate. Oh my God, that sounds so good, Biff.
But B wasn't eager to return to the daily grind of a primetime series.
Well, I had reservations about ever doing another sitcom. I mean,
Hold on,
I
let me
was
see.
very, very selective.
I know.
Give me a second. I'm going to see if I can find... Oh, look at these pierogies I made the other night. Made them for my daughter. Yummy. And then look at these wings I had the other night. These were awesome. I ate all of them. I ate all 12 of them. All of them. Heavenly. These I bought these the other night. Oh man, these are so good. You get like 4 packs of noodles. They take like 5 minutes to boil. And then you mix a packet of sauce. They would do really well, like if you were to get your hands on them and then like do your thing to it afterwards. Like maybe fry them up a little bit, you know, put a little, maybe some protein in there. They're awesome. I ate all 4 packs in one sitting. I have a problem. Dude, naan bread? I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. I've never really fully, honestly, can say that I've had it before. Wait, we're on... Yeah, okay, here we go.
Elaine Stritch read for the role of Dorothy because she talks about it in
Oh,
her
her.
Woman show. She tells a very funny story why she didn't get the role. She kind of rewrote a line in the script, and that's not really a good idea with an audition.
The producers asked Rue McClanahan to help out. Rue co-starred with B on Maude.
Okay.
Called me that very moment, and she said, Rue, I'm not interested in playing Maude and Vivian meet.
Oh,
Sue Ann
okay.
Nivens." I said, that's not it. I'm not.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
doing
wait.
The Sue Ann Niven playing, and she said, Rue, I'm not interested in playing Maud and Vivian meet Sue Ann Nivens. I said, that's not it. I'm doing the Sue Ann Nivens part. I'm doing the vamp, and Betty's doing the airhead. She's doing the Vivian part from Maud. So it'd be quite different. Oh, she said, now that's very interesting. So the next thing
She
we knew,
already had
accepted
like
it.
she was already like predispositioned to not like Betty White.
There
Something
was
must have happened
a
there.
little hesitation on the network's part about putting the two of them in the show. And I remember saying, well, if
I
we
never knew
do
that.
a good show, 15 minutes, nobody will remember that they worked together.
Right,
more.
that's true.
Blanche, your friend Harry wants an answer tonight. What are you going to tell him?
I haven't decided.
Yeah, bedroom, bro.
I'll know when I hear it come out of my mouth.
You'll know when you hear it come out of your mouth. This isn't a belch, Blanche. This is marriage.
It was so funny. It was so bright. It was so literate. It was so adult that it never even dawned on me that these were elderly women. I just thought,
Elderly,
God,
they're in
what
their
a hell of
50s.
a piece of writing. And I will get off my ass again and go back to work.
With the key players in place, producers thought the Golden Girls were ready for a long run. But they weren't sure if the creative force behind
hair
the
is
show
crazy,
would go along
bro.
for the ride. In the spring of 1985, the Golden
That hair
Girls pilot went
swallows
into
that
production.
head.
The four veteran actresses who starred in the show were a potent combination.
I'm glad
Before
you're getting some
taping
good
even
grub,
began,
though.
the
Good
chemistry
grub is
between the
everything.
ladies was obvious.
We sat down and we started to read. I can still get the feeling where your hair almost stands up. It was, you hit something over the net and you better be ready because it was coming right back over the net at you.
What a day. One sad person after another.
Rose, you work at grief counseling. What do you expect, comedians?
The first reading was breathtaking.
That's
I
right.
think
She
is
was
the
a
only
grief
word I can- but then
counselor.
working it, we
Oh my God. The biggest idiot you ever met was a grief counselor. Wow. That I forgot about that. That's crazy. Okay. My bad.
we grew as we worked. Every day brought something new and something wonderful, you know. And I had been spoiled rotten from Maude, where the same thing pretty much existed.
On April 17th, 1985, the cast gathered at the Sunset
She
Tower
seemed like she was
Studios.
difficult then, and I had
It
higher.
was like watching an all-star game. Again, we had one of the great pilot scripts ever written. We had one of the great ensembles ever put together for a series.
Marry Harry, marry Harry.
A little rhyme.
Knock it off, are you?
We shot 2 shows, you know, the dress show and the air show for the pilot. And the dress show was practically perfect.
Blanche was engaged to be married that afternoon in the house. And Betty, or Rose, knew that this guy was a charlatan.
My hunches are never wrong. Mrs. Gandhi would be alive today if she had taken my call.
And Dorothy would not let Rose tell Blanche what was really going on.
She's crying already. What's the difference?
Rose, pick that up. Don't! Be too long!
It turned out that he was married to like 6 other women, and she finds out at the end of the show that, and she's crushed and heartbroken, but she's got her friends.
You're my family, and you make me happy to be alive.
That's what the show's going to be about. It's going to be about them sticking together in this friendship.
They hit a home run. These actresses were so prepared. They so knew that the audience would be with them. They had the audience eating out of their hand, and the audience screamed and they went crazy.
We just knew. We knew that we were in. I mean, we didn't even have to worry about ratings or everything.
So by then, I'm confused about that
The
pilot.
show was a big hit with the cast and the
They'd
audience.
have to have been friends for a long time already,
NBC
you know?
brass wanted to do a little fine-tuning.
It was one of those pilots where you just know it's so good. Our only problem was length.
There was a gay housekeeper
That's what she
in the
said.
kitchen who was part of the regular cast.
Charles Levin played Coco, the gay housekeeper. Levin was fresh off a 3-year stint on the sitcom Alice.
But they realized some of our strongest scenes were around the kitchen table with just the four of us interacting, and to introduce somebody else out there would have changed.
So
that whole
sorry,
picture.
Coco.
So bless his heart, he was written out after the first episode.
Some of the scenes for the pilot had to be shot again, minus Charles Levin.
At that time, a lot of people didn't want to address a gay character. It wasn't that at all. Sophia came in and was so strong that's why they deleted the housekeeper.
Can I get something to eat, or is the fancy man in the kitchen?
NBC loved the pilot and ordered 13 shows for the fall. That was the good news. The bad news, Susan Harris created a great show, but she didn't want to take on the responsibility of writing and producing a sitcom.
She was suffering at that time with that chronic fatigue syndrome.
That's what I have.
Attractive woman, and I liked her, and I felt so bad for her, and they still haven't found a cure for that.
Susan.
I never knew that that's where it came from. There's an episode. There's a couple episodes where B is, she's exhausted all the time. She's in a lot of pain. She wants to go see a doctor, and all the doctors are telling her she's fucking full of it. She's like crazy. It's in her head. Until she finally met another doctor that was like, it could be chronic fatigue syndrome, I think that's later in the series when the characters from Empty Nest, I forget the guy's name. He plays the doctor, the pediatrician. She goes to him and he suggests another doctor, and that doctor played a character earlier in the in another episode. I can't remember if it's earlier or after that one, where she's brought in by one of her previous students to do a seminar or teaching type thing at the company he owns. And the doctor guy is a guy that's in that episode as one of the people she's supposed to give the seminar to. He basically tells her chronic fatigue syndrome is real. They don't know a lot about it. But I was diagnosed with that when I was a teenager, I think. 17, 16, maybe somewhere around there. I don't really know much about it. I haven't really read about it. It's just, I don't know. I'm always tired. I'm always sore. I could sleep at any given moment. And I'm not like, was it narcoleptic? Not any of that. Oh, you know what's fucking crazy too? Hold on. Tangent sidebar. Oh, look at that set of darts, by the way. What a weird set of darts that was. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I saved this post the other day talking about the amount of the amount of people that were diagnosed with ADHD during COVID, right? And it was kind of crazy because, like we were talking about it, Biff, that one stream where we said, COVID was like the worst for us, like it completely unraveled us. And they said basically, and it made a lot of sense how people were like getting more diagnosed. Where is it? Okay, hold on. This was, okay. Actually, it was autism. But I think the same thing is the same with ADHD. Hold on. Autism diagnosis rose sharply after the COVID-19 pandemic began. The rise was driven overwhelmingly by diagnoses among girls and women. New studies suggest that many of these girls and women may simply have gone unrecognized in the past. And I think the same holds true with ADHD as well. And basically what they said was, and a lot of people were saying, like, yeah, could you imagine basically like everything that, basically all your masks, everything that you did to kind of like keep yourself together in public in every situation came undone during the pandemic because you were just by yourself all the time, or you were, you know, you weren't in the same situations all the time. Plus, I think parents were home a lot more and they got to see what their kids were really like at school, you know? Everybody only sees each other at the end of the day when everybody's exhausted from either work or school, you know? I don't know. It just, yeah, see, there it is. There was an increase in ADHD diagnoses too. It doesn't surprise me. And a lot of people whose whole executive function is held together by external patterns. Once all that was gone, it exposed a lot of things. And that's kind of how I kind of felt like with me, you know? Yeah. So you were like that. You're like that too, Moto, with the chronic fatigue. And I got my ADHD pretty much, solidified there. I think there's some other shit going on. Anyway, back to the documentary. I just thought it was a little, the chronic fatigue thing, my own little personal anecdote with that, I think I could literally sleep the entire day away, And see, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yeah, and that's another one. They still don't know a lot about fibromyalgia, right? But there's not a moment in the day where literally everything hurts, Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. But the actual peer review article gives the necessary context. It does reference an important point, though. The diagnostic criteria for ASD was updated during that time to include sex-based criteria. This is important because autism presents differently in males, and everything almost presents differently in males than in females, right? But all the study work gets done on males, not females, especially when it comes to medical things, drugs, things like that, right? Unless it's specifically made for a female. The study was conducted amongst other objectives to evaluate if that criteria expansion would lead to increased ASD diagnosis trends in females. Glad to see that it helped. Here's the link to the actual peer review journal article. The article in the link, however, is misleading and doesn't include this context. The person Guan53, I am amazed that people can process information the way they are writing it, and it's insane to me. Also, the data is far from definitive, as the number of females was far higher than males. Additionally, this does not represent a global trend. The data is from patients across Illinois, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Wisconsin. The study also references another more expansive study geographically that indicates increasing autism diagnosis rates for both children and adults. Crazy, dude. Crazy. Yeah. And I really got to get my daughter a diagnosis, because I really think she has it too. She exhibits all the same kind of stuff,
Totally burnt herself out on television at the end of Soap, and really kind of took her
Now we're back.
hiatus. She really wanted to just step back and get off the merry-go-round and the
Hold on.
insane ride that television is all about.
Susan Harris wrote a few episodes to get the series going. Producers needed to find
Give me
a studio
1 minute,
writers
okay?
fast.
Brendan needs me. I'll be right back. Well, and I think that's because instinctively, for whatever reason, as a society, women have to mask at an earlier age than boys do, right? I think we allow boys to be a certain way, but women, girls, we teach them to be more. I don't know if it's a little of both, but as a parent of a girl, my daughter was more responsible than my boys at a very young age, you know. And she kind of became like the rock that we lean on, you know. And I noticed that I do that, and I try to switch it around with them, you know, to do different things. But I think that's another big part of it. Girls are most likely they seem more responsible than the boys. So you're like, oh, there's no way she could be, you know, ADHD or autism. I'll be up in a minute, bud. Are you okay? You know, that's just my viewpoint on it, you know? And I think that's why they get overlooked, because they're usually better in school most of the time, better social skills, you know, the whole thing, you know? But it's that I feel like girls are forced into those roles more often than not, you know? I always offer her the same kind of daily adjustments I would offer my son, because I think she needs them just as much as he does, 100. Yeah, and I feel bad when I you know, I try to treat out my kids the same as well. Give me a second, though. I'll be right back. Sorry, I don't mean to jump out on when we're talking. Thanks. You know what? I just figured out too that that's the earlier I figured out that's the show. You know, that's kind of what I think when he's healthy and we're back to doing this and I can do this like as frequently as I want. I love the idea of the show where we do here, like we come in with a no plan. I was gonna doom scroll Reddit. I was in a mood. I've been agitated all day. And people out there are really pissing me off because they're so oblivious to what they're fucking doing. And yeah, maybe I might be that get off my lawn kind of guy at this age, but I showed up to a really small gas station. It only has 4 pumps and it's tight. It's like this little piece of shit gas station in a spot that shouldn't have a gas station, but it does. And this girl was just fucking blasting her music while pumping gas, like blasting it. It was obscenely loud. And I was like, I got angry. I was like, does everybody have to listen to your fucking music? You know, kind of thing. And then she drove away and it's like this tight little spot. Ugh. No left turn. Must turn right. And she's sitting there for 10 fucking minutes trying to get out. Blocking up a Brandon, did you say something? Like blocking up a gas pump. Yeah, I was so annoyed. And I come home and I read all the shit on the internet that's happening. It makes me fucking furious. That we got the fucking measles in my area again. So now I gotta. It's like the first time in forever. Now I gotta worry. You know that my son's gonna get the fucking measles. Anyway, back to the show.
They wanted to keep the Golden Girls from taking an early retirement.
So what Susan
But just go off on the tangents and do that once a week, you know?
She wrote a lot of the episodes.
She wrote a lot of it. She wrote,
which is how I believe why
the
we were so
beginning of the
successful.
first season. But we also had an extraordinary staff behind her.
The producers were sold on the writing staff, but the ladies were tougher to please. 31-year-old Barry Finero was brought on board as an executive story consultant.
We had never met the ladies.
Nobody.
Before. And Tony said, okay, let's start reading this. And B said, well, let me stop everybody for a second. She goes, where the hell is the white hair? And they said, what? She goes, where the hell's the white hair? She goes, you've hired kids to write this show about women in their 60s.
Well, I think that each of us, first of all, the actresses were all older than these kids.
Right. Fair.
But not only that, we were all fairly successful by that time, and they were just novices.
B, you know, was very comfortable on television with Norman Lear, and why shouldn't she be? He was a master.
And luckily, it read really well. And at the end of it, she closed the script, and she went like that, and everybody applauded.
My God, were they brilliant. Brilliant.
Most of the boys I dated in college were just for the stories.
You must have more stories than O. Henry.
All the worries about the writing were solved. Production was moving full speed ahead. In the summer of 1985,
Hope you sleep well,
NBC
Moto.
stepped into high gear to generate buzz for the fall debut of the Golden Girls.
We had tremendous confidence, and it wasn't surprising to us when we put the promotion on the air all summer that the audience feedback was, this is hilarious, we loved this, and we had great confidence that we could bring a large audience to this show.
The promising new sitcom was going to need all the hype it could get.
TV Guy wrote this article before it premiered just saying that this is the greatest thing, you know, that's come along in 10 years, and a statue should be erected, you know, of Susan Harris outside, you know, the Writers Guild and all. So, I mean, there was a high expectation, but, you know, you never know. Again, I think everything was stacked against it. It was in a death slot. It was on Saturday night.
NBC executives were banking on the Golden Girls drawing an audience both young and old.
We picked Saturday night at 9 o'clock, really because we felt this show could be an anchor for the night. The tentpole theory, if you will. We believed on this night that right at the heart of the center of the night, if we put something that was unbelievably strong, audiences would come into that point.
Yeah, and we keep them
That
in.
would be our stronghold, and hopefully we could program well up to it and program well after it.
Oh my God, 227 was on after that, and then Hunter?
The pilot for
I love those
the
shows.
sponsors and affiliates at the when they announced the schedule. And it was a remarkable experience for us. There was about 2,000 people in the ballroom. So we had 2,000 people laughing big time, heads snapping back like wheat fields, you know, just laughing back and forth.
That's a great analogy. I like that.
The words and the great production. And we knew we had something.
All the signs were positive, but the true test would come when the Golden Girls premiered on Saturday night, September 14th, 1985.
Yeah, Golden Girls meant bedtime for me. Without fail, I was going to bed at the theme song of this show. And it's super, again, I said it earlier, it makes me so calm when I hear it. Like it's like a trigger for me that calms me down for some reason.
The premiere episode looked strong and the cast was confident.
You know what that does to hearts that only beat a few times a week?
But network executives weren't sure how many viewers would tune in during the show's tough time slot, Saturday night at 9.
Airwolf, bro.
Really came out of the gate and bam, it was spectacular.
Oh, it is wonderful dating in Miami. All the single men under 80 are cocaine smugglers.
That night, the Golden Girls beat out the Saturday Night Movie on CBS and the ABC.
Well, I used to love the Saturday Night Movie.
It was NBC's strongest comedy premiere since Chico and the Man debuted in 1974.
I really loved.
So immediately from day one, that show was a hit.
Betty just couldn't believe it.
What?
She couldn't believe that she was inside.
Debut on Lime Street. Girls beat out the
Oh.
Saturday Night Movie on CBS.
Yeah, the Saturday Night Movie. I would love the late movie on Sundays.
It was NBC's strongest comedy.
I would have
premiere
anxiety
since
about
Chico
having to
and
go
the
to
Man
school and
debuted
I'd stay
in
up.
1974.
And I'd watch that movie. It would go till like 3 o'clock in the morning.
From day one, that show.
And the TV would, that would be the end of the night.
Believe that she was
They'd
inside
do
the
the
hit. She just she'd done
national
so much
anthem.
television, and she just expected it to be good, but not spectacular. And I thought it was going to be spectacular from the very first moment I laid eyes on it.
After a Mary Tyler Moore show, you don't think it's ever going to, you've had it.
Right.
You will work and you will do other shows, but you'll never
That
have
makes
something
sense.
like that.
We were thrilled. But we knew what we had. We really did, because as starting with the first script, I mean, you don't see writing like that.
I thought we deserved being in the top 10 because I thought we were just about as funny as anybody else, certainly. And
I agree with
I
that.
was not exactly surprised by it. I was gratified by it, very happily so.
I'm so happy and so sad. Kind of a happy sad. Speaking of sad, Blanche.
The pilot grabbed an audience, and the show didn't let go during the entire first season.
The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat.
It was appointment television on Saturday night.
Yeah.
People stayed home.
I
They
miss
didn't
that
go to
about
the
TV,
movies.
man.
They stayed home and watched Golden Girls.
I
because it
miss
was
that
the
about
best
television.
entertainment that could be
I think
found
that's the best way
anywhere.
to do television.
Girls introduced
I
audiences
think
to
I think
women they hadn't
I think it would heal people if we went
These
back to
ladies were
that.
senior citizens, but they didn't
Just
go around
saying.
collecting Social Security checks.
Dorothy, I've just discovered a great new
Right now it's overload. Everything is overload.
You're gonna need a turnstile in your
Except me. I'm
Morton
underload.
and the other writers gave the gals a lot of attitude.
The Golden Girls were racy, and they were a little naughty
Hey-o.
and a little shocking because there were ladies in their 60s who were talking about some pretty taboo
I would hate
subjects at the
talking to
time.
that guy in a real conversation.
Some of the things that we were
His face
permitted
would
to
bother me.
say, I think I hate to use the word got away with, but I think it's true. We got away with a lot of it because we were all older people. Like when Sophia would say the most, salacious things, it was ludicrous because here's this little lady, with all the white hair, and so we got away with it.
I wonder what Rose is doing right now.
You mean you wonder if she's doing it right now?
The writers had the freedom to be risque, but occasionally the network censors stepped in.
We got to push the envelope a lot, some of the sexual references.
It's an old women talking about sex. It's cool. Like, it's fine. And I agree it is. But it's just like, who's going to say anything? Look at Sophia. She's so cute. Who's going to get mad at that? Let her say anything she wants. And she did. All those women got healed over the dick. The one episode.
Some of the language, and we would give. It's an old trick. We would sometimes put.
Because an 83-year-old woman told a joke or asked about something.
And Sophia says, "Okay, there, I win the game." And she starts to leave, and Dorothy looks at. She says, "You can't say that. Piswam is not a word." And Sophia says, "Yes, it is." She says, "All right, use it in a sentence." Well, she said, "All right, after all the kids got out of the swimming pool, the water was Piswam."
And they call us apoplectic, and we'd have the big fight, and we'd say, "All right, I'll cut this reference, I'll cut this joke."
Okay, so then they had to rewrite it to where she says, "You can't say that. That's not a word." "Oh, yes, it is. Use it in a sentence." She said, "All right." She said, "Disdam is not a word. Disdam." She said, "Yes, it is. I'm tired of this damn game." That they let us do.
The veteran actresses knew how to deliver a line with punch. But more importantly, the sitcom showed life doesn't end at 50.
Oh, that recurring dream I have where I'm running naked through a train that keeps going through tunnel after tunnel while a sweaty bodybuilder chases me. He said he thinks it's sexual.
Well, you don't think of older women living together as being independent. They live together not really for economic reasons. They live together for companionship.
No, there was economic reasons.
My fan mail was, "Thank you for allowing us to be so young again. Letting us dress young.
That's nice.
Letting us feel as young as we feel." Because so many women.
That's a great thing that they did.
Years, you know, once you're over 50, it's over, or 40, whatever it is. That's not so. It's just not so, and we proved it.
That audience, that is people over 45, has been generally disregarded by networks. When people have really mastered their craft, and if they're funny, they're probably at their funniest, yet television hadn't been utilizing them. And rather than making them clowns, we had full, rich lives for these women.
The Golden Girls were funny, but flawed. The writers gave each character a distinct personality that immediately endeared the ladies to their fans.
Dorothy Zbornak, the one who gave you the best years of her thighs.
I loved that, you know, she saw the humor in everything, and she was like the only one who really was grounded.
Dorothy became the show's anchor, but with 3 other leading ladies, the writers had to come up with plenty of material. They gave each gal a specific role.
The Rose character was the sweetest, most naive person on the face of the earth, and that lent itself to comedy.
She took every word for what the surface of that word said. She didn't ever look
I can
for
be
a
like that
hidden meaning
sometimes.
or anything, but if you said I could eat a horse, she'd call the SPCA and have you put away.
It's the longest she's been interested in any man since Paul McCartney.
Kate dated Paul McCartney?
Rue's character was a lot of bluster, very tough, very sexual, and also, once you got past all that, extremely vulnerable.
She was a loving woman, Blanche, that is, very insecure. Oh, very insecure, and that's one reason she was always so concerned about her looks and being attractive to men.
I also dream about food. Of course, I'm usually naked while I'm eating the food.
I like Blanche very much. Blanche is one of the most optimistic characters I've ever played.
I like Blanche, too.
She never let anything get her down.
Oh, you're right.
I think Blanche is one of the best characters.
I'm going to have to meet men lying down.
I thought you did.
Yeah.
Sophia was, world weary and the wisest person in the world, and that lent itself to a lot of comic observations.
She had had a stroke, and that wiped out a lot of the her mental editing where you say something kindly rather than... She just told it like it is, and she'd go right for the jugular.
I don't know what I would have done if Charlie had suddenly paid a visit.
He's dead. You would have fainted.
She said all those things with the straight, face and eating the cracker and always holding the purse, and the audience loved her.
Gin.
You're taking advantage. You know I'm whacked out on blood pressure medicine.
And of course, it didn't hurt that she was a foot shorter than Bea. I think that was a brilliant piece of luck on everybody's part.
Well, I think, first of all, nobody in the world is that short. And I think that was wonderful, the mother-daughter, you know, with my towering over her.
Estelle Getty of the four was the least known. She did not become an actress till she was in her 50s. She's 3 months younger than Bea Arthur, and she played her mother.
I suppose it's because I'm so little, it's because I play old well. I don't know. It's never, people ask me all the time whether that bothers me. It doesn't bother me because I'm an actor. I mean, that's what I do. If I had to play somebody who was 6 years old right now, I could do it. Why is everybody in here laughing? You'll never work in this town again, none of you.
They all ultimately were the mom that we all wanted, the favorite aunt that we all wanted, and had all those characteristics that, at least for myself, you know, that you
I agree with that.
to in your favorite aunt.
By the end of its first year,
Never
The
watched
Golden
Night Court.
Girls was one of the
Never
top
watched
10
Cheers.
shows of the 1985-1986
Watch Family Ties, Cosby Show.
Look, one of the wonderful traits about the Golden Girls is that regardless of what the crisis was, you had this unbelievable sense of bonding, that these women were totally there for each other.
The truth was in the characters.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Which is sometimes sad, is that we're afraid of being alone.
Our families are gone and we're alone. And there are too many years left, and I don't know what to do. Get a poodle.
The fantasy
I just had a great idea.
is that you can
Could heal the world.
reconstruct a family, that you can come back together as a family.
But I tell you, it could never happen in real life. Never. I mean, to get 4 women living together, never. But it made for great TV, made for great comedy.
The Golden Girls were ready and willing to give their fans plenty of laughs. And the good times were about to reap the ladies some great rewards.
Okay. Hear me out. I think this is a cool idea, but it's probably terrible. Imagine TV. You know, you pay for it, obviously. But you get it exactly how it was. And on NBC, on Saturday nights, let's say as an example, they do, I don't know, they replay their schedule starting at a certain year. Maybe you can go, you know, to a certain decade or a certain year or whatever. And it just plays, it starts that year's worth of TV every fucking night. So like you can have like NBC Classic where you can go back to like 85 and watch their lineup for the entire week, but it just replays for the entire year. And you can just watch TV like that, like they used to. I would pay money for that. Some nostalgic fucks would pay money for that, I think. You know? That would be kind of cool.
In its first season, The Golden Girls was a top 10 rated show. NBC studio chiefs expected the series would do well with an older audience who stayed home on Saturday nights. But the network bosses were a
And it
little
did.
surprised to learn the gals had a lot of fans who weren't ready for the rocking chair.
Good night.
Good night. The fact that these mature women didn't act like adults all the time, that it was outrageously funny.
Buzz off.
That resonated with a very young audience. That was also a lesson for us. You don't just have to go with young people on screen to get a younger audience.
The whole thing was so anti-establishment, you know, that even kids loved it. Kids loved it. They loved the character of the mother, you know, who said the most outrageous things. And
I'm back. So, did you and Artie play Find the Cannoli?
It gives younger people an idea of what could come, how they could be later on. I heard that from,
Don't forget, Sophia did say this.
I'm lactating.
That's a little crazy if you say so. That is literally the only thing I have clipped from the Golden Girls, and I thought about that earlier. Like I should have more. It's my favorite, and I wanted to make an episode. There's like a lot of glances, like there's a lot of camera angles where they're just like One of them will say something, and then it'll just be like her looking at her looking at her looking at her. I was like, God, that would be funny if we just did like a 15-minute episode of them just like looking at each other. Sophia says, I'm lactating. And then they all just like look at each other for like 15 minutes. Yeah.
Do
Crazy
for some
idea.
Younger people. Thank you for letting us see what it's like to be middle-aged.
The gay bars would close down at 9 o'clock. They'd close the music down. They'd watch Golden Girls, and then they'd start the music back up.
I think everybody was able to relate to the show because everybody saw the characters as, or parts of the characters as people in their own families.
I don't think entertainment brings people together like it used to.
Instead, they wrestled with real problems that
We had to
caused
get
the
together to
generation
watch TV in the past, you know?
Married a welder. Too bad she didn't weld his zipper shut. They got 10 kids they can.
We decided early on that some of the things that worked best were issues that were real issues that these ladies could relate to and explore in a really honest way.
Oh, that's what we should
Issues of
watch.
sexuality,
24, I love that show.
Dealing with the loss of a loved one, divorce, all kinds of family problems. So the heart, the truth, the emotion is what drew people to the show.
I haven't been with a man in that special way since Charlie died.
Get out of here.
It was an episode called Rose the Prude, and Rose, who was this naive
Oh.
character who had only been with one man in her life, and suddenly she finds herself single again, and she's dating, and this guy's asked her, to go on a cruise, and she thinks that there may be sex involved.
Oh, back off, Blanche. Not all.
It was something special, man. It was like, I don't know how to describe it. It was just like people congregated around the TV at the same exact time every fucking night. You know? That's what people did to get through the day. And now it's different, you know? I think it's way different since everything's at our fingertips. Not that shows don't exist on a weekly thing, but it's not like it was back in the day. Like families huddled around the TV all night, you know? At least that's how I remember it. You know, it would be like daytime at my house was us watching, like I'd throw in a movie or I'd be playing video games, like HBO or Cinemax or something was on, or I'd throw in a VHS and I'd watch something I'd seen 1,000 times. And then dinner would come around. My parents would watch the news. My grandparents would watch, my pop-up would watch the news in his kitchen. And then it would be game shows. It would be Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy. Then you'd start off with your, whatever night of the week it was, comedy, TGI Friday, whatever it was. But that's what I mean. NBC, CBS, and ABC, they could make a lot of money if they had something like that, where you could tap into the nostalgia factor. I know you have it on Access and stuff like that, but it would be kind of neat to go in and be like, they're doing TGI Friday every fucking Friday, and they're starting at a certain time, That could get people back into it. I'm just saying. It's a good idea. I stand by it. What was he saying? I forget. I don't say it as good as that. And I don't believe I have it saved, which is kind of a bummer. It's my man. It's that. I should have that. I stand by it. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is.
I think it's a good idea, and I stand by.
And I stand by it. Yep. Okay. Back to our documentary.
Of us are classified by the Navy as a friendly port.
I love doing that too. I want to do that too.
The ladies band together to tell her, like, you need to take a chance in life. You can't just hang out.
But honey, if you
I'm
don't
so
take a
upset
chance,
that
nothing happens.
I'm gonna take a chance.
the Amazon
never talked about before.
movie together thing is gone.
And the ladies could play the hell out.
That was so much fun.
Cares, Rose? Did you and Arnie hit the sheets or not?
We didn't know the emotional center of some of these
I want to be able to do stuff like that legally, you know,
give us a lot of stories. So it was a struggle the first 5 or 6
like in a
to get
streaming
rhythm
fashion.
of what are the characters' backstories, what are their dreams, what are their desires, what are their problems, to the extent that we'll be able to figure them out for 100 or 150 episodes.
After 38 years, there are always bound to be some memories that stay with you.
I wasn't talking about memories. I was talking about this.
There were such vulnerabilities in Dorothy. Her marriage to this
Yeah.
flaky husband
And you get
of
to
hers
see-
who had left her for another woman was still a very major part of her life.
I never should have called him.
And you have to see the dynamic of her and her mom, and her mom's very difficult, you know. Oh, I feel that. I don't disagree with you. I mean, I love that I can keep the Golden Girls on all day, or, you know, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I'm not saying I dislike it. I'm just saying it might be fun to tap into that, you know, and maybe, you know, flip through. I don't know. For somebody like myself, TV was everything. So flipping through would be, you know, just to have an option for that as entertainment on top of all the streaming services that they provide, you know. Maybe they have a channel that's just like, you know, this is NBC, 1980, 1979, and it's just on repeat, and it's just like every day for a year, and then it just keeps going, and it keeps repeating, and it keeps, and you can just go into it just like you would any other thing. I feel like there was something neat about that, you know. You had to make a choice. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It was like you had no control over what was on. I kind of liked that a little bit. I feel like sometimes having to make a choice is maybe not too much, but I'm not as adventurous, I don't think, when I have to choose what I'm going to watch, you know, I guess. I don't know. This is just me yamming. Don't listen to anything I say.
You never should have married him.
The character Sophia, for example, in the pilot, she wasn't a storyteller, but we found out in the course of the show that her sharing her experiences, her life experiences from her perspective as a refugee leaving Sicily during the war was interesting to people, and she'd always look at things from a historical perspective.
Estelle was never happy being Italian. She kept saying, I don't know why I can't rewrite this and make her Jewish. If it was Jewish, I'd know how to do it. Of course, she was doing it beautifully. But she kept saying, why do I have to be Italian?
Sophie, you're using too much rice.
Fine, this elf quits.
The Rose character, her experiences in St. Olaf, that was something that we discovered when we were writing it, and that became...
It is to me, Biff, it is.
It became this magical, wonderful, insane Alice looking through the looking glass kind of place. It was all discovery.
The show was a hit, but
There's
there
a-
were still a few kinks.
There's a
to work
certain
out
amount of
during season
pressure.
one, like
I feel like there's a certain amount of pressure to picking out something new. It's like, am I gonna like it? You know, oh, I don't know, man. I might as well just watch what I'm already watching. I know I like this, you know, and I know this works for me, kind of thing, you know.
finding the perfect director. After working on the pilot, Jay Sandrich decided to move on to other projects.
I was doing Cosby, and nothing would get me away from the Cosby Show. I mean, that was...
It was a fucking huge moneymaker.
The Cosby Show.
Paul Witt and Tony Thomas were considering a number of candidates when one of the ladies suggested a British television director named Terry Hughes.
It was about episode 10, I became available to do it. Beata knew my work from England. She'd spent a lot of time in England and in the theatre world, and she knew a lot of my work in England. And she had said to the producers, she heard that I was in the running for maybe coming in to do it.
Terry, when he came in, my lord, I remember meeting him we met him at a luncheon first. And I said, I bet this man. This man's
then
got
there
to
you
be
go.
one.
Yeah, and also how gorgeous he is. Is he not the most handsome thing you've ever seen?
He's a brilliant director. He's more than competent. But his demeanor just made
Oh my God,
everyone
she was so
comfortable, so that the petty tensions that can exist just didn't.
Hi, Twin Fire.
Instinctively knew how long you could keep something going without its, pooping out.
And it's terrible to think that the two of you were
Well, yeah,
almost
I'm fickle when it comes to. I wouldn't say fickle.
Benjamin was black.
Benjamin wasn't black. He was from New Jersey.
If you're getting a laugh on one line, you don't jump it and go into something else. At the same time, you don't wait.
I don't like those, even though I think, Golden Girls would be considered like the kind of sitcom that gets laughs, but it's like shows like Big Bang Theory, 2.5 Men. There's shows like that where it's just like kind of canned humor, I don't know. I don't know. I would never tell people what to like or dislike. It's just not those kind of shows are not my jam. And, like cop shows, I like them too, but I could get really wrapped up in those. Kind of like what we are right now with Grey's Anatomy. Like, it's going to take us 20 years to fucking finish watching the show. It's insane. It's going. I'm on a Golden Girls kick for some reason tonight, and that's kind of what we've been stuck doing. I've been watching this documentary, learning about the girls, the ladies.
Start yawning.
I went to my senior prom.
Because I've been watching it again.
The Golden Girls had a stellar cast, funny writers, and a talented director. That combination could only lead to one thing: awards. In the fall of 1986, the Golden Girls won an Emmy Award for Best Comedy Series. And Betty White took home her 6th statue.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
it was very special. And at an advanced age, you don't expect to ever have that happen again.
To get to this point, you can't narrow it down any more than 3. I mean, there ain't no way. I am the lucky one who gets to come up and pick up this beautiful Golden Girl. But Estelle and Rue and Bea and I all thank you. We're a match set. You can't split us up.
The writers were also rewarded.
That's
Gary
nice.
Finero and Morton Nathan won an Emmy Award for their episode called A Little Romance.
It was a strange show, and it was sort of, again, had heart, and that was when Rose dates a midget.
And then the conflict
right.
from that worked out perfectly.
But Dorothy, he's
A little early, yes, but we're delighted to see him.
That guy over there, is he a midget?
Yes.
Thank God, I thought I was having another stroke.
I think Jonathan's going to ask me to marry him.
When she feels that, that their relationship will be prejudiced by other people, and in the end, he drops her.
He said, "Of course I cannot marry you because you are not Jewish."
The ladies were great at reacting, and the absurdity of that situation just gave them marvelous, marvelous fodder.
The Golden Girls weren't afraid of awkward situations, but in the next season, the girls were about to meet some interesting bedfellows.
You rented a dirty movie?
Dirty is in the eye of the beholder.
The Golden Girls was just a year old in the fall of 1986. The sitcom with a fresh take on senior citizens was on the verge of edging out primetime
Senior
veterans like
citizens,
Dynasty
they're in their
and Dallas to the
50s.
ratings. The Golden Girls gave viewers a look at a different kind of television family.
You idiot! If somebody told you to jump off a bridge, would you do it?
I always get, my friends and I call ourselves the Golden Girls, and I always ask, which
Rosa
one?
jumped off a
If she
bridge,
says Rose,
then yes, I would jump off a
know
bridge.
she's not quite as swift as
She would have done her due diligence.
Fans identified with the Golden Girls, but the ladies behind the characters were much different from the parts they played.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, what, you turn 50 and you're a senior citizen?
Has the sharpest mind.
It's crazy what it was like back then.
So, I mean, that's pure acting to see her, the naive and the stuff flying over her head.
One time we were doing a television show where we had to hang her from a harness. She was swinging about 30 feet above the stage, and we were doing take after take because we couldn't get it right, and someone took me aside and said, you should really bring Betty down for a while. Betty is, you know, in her 60s, and she's been swinging from a rope for about 4 hours without a whimper of complaint. And I didn't even think about it because Betty was tireless.
I'll make my famous ice cream clown sundaes. The one with the little raisin eyes and the sugar cone caps.
If that doesn't fill the
It's true. Everyone else is getting younger.
I think that there was a lot of Dorothy in B. Arthur. I think that B. Arthur, she was the smart one. She was the tentpole.
B. Arthur loved this dude. She thought he was the most handsome man ever.
She brought the most incredible taste in comedy.
What about Blanche?
No, Blanche is not gay.
I never watched the show when I was doing it because I thought it would, you know, would cripple me. I thought if I saw it, I'd say, oh God, why did I do that? Or why did I look that way?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a very fair point.
Reassurance, and once she got that reassurance, you just go for it. But just total skill.
Ma, come on, it's not funny.
The hell it's not. Bea cracks me up the same way that I crack her up. She's one of the brilliant comic minds of our day. She's just that good.
Estelle was new to all three of us. Bea and I had known each other. We'd been friends for ages. Rue and I had worked
Friends for ages. But everybody said they didn't like her. They didn't like each other.
I think Estelle was pretty well awed by Bea.
Hold on. I need to find out for real. Yes, B. Arthur did not warm up to Betty White, and production staff from the Golden Girls have confirmed a real-life personal tension between them while they remain total professionals on camera. Their contrasting personalities made off-screen interactions difficult. That's a bummer, man. It's a total bummer. Them on Merv Griffin were so lovely together.
Was a little intimidated by her, maybe.
Okay, there's the idea for the tangent show, right? So we do the tangent. We come up with what we're going to start off with for the night. Maybe we stay with it. Maybe we go somewhere else. But we take a running tab of how many tabs I opened up during the show. And right now we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 tabs. Okay. Each new thought has to be a new tab. It's a good idea. And I stand by it.
So, I'm just guessing that. And Bea would just, I think she just adored Estelle.
I love Bea Arthur like she was my own daughter. We do have that kind of relationship. I think of Bea very often in a very maternal way. Rue is a cockeyed wonder, one of the most talented women I know.
People always ask me, are you the same as Blanche Devereaux? And I always say, well, please just look at the facts. Blanche Devereaux was a man-hungry, sex-starved, self-centered, glamorous vamp from Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm not from Atlanta, Georgia.
She would come into
oh,
work
snap!
And she would say, it was the weirdest thing. I was walking across the street and some construction workers whistled at me.
I did that once.
Pat called me.
And he said something pretty off color to me. And then she'd lean in and she'd go, I loved it.
It was his birthday. Oh, I got several marriage proposals through the years from older men, younger men. And I remember one particular invitation to come to New Jersey and have dinner with him and his mother.
The Golden Girls weren't afraid to get a bit racy. And in season 2, the ladies didn't shy away from sensitive issues. In one episode, lesbians became the theme du jour.
Gene is a nice person.
Oh, right.
Some people like cats instead of dogs.
This is the episode where Dorothy's friend, I believe, falls in love with Betty White. Falls in love with Rose.
Frankly, I'd rather live with a lesbian than a cat.
That, I thought, was one of the funniest opportunities for Blanche. I had a lot of wonderful things to do, but that scene on the bed when Dorothy is explaining to me that this woman who is visiting us is a lesbian. And
Yeah, that's a great scene.
Well, what's wrong
That's
with
a
that?
that's a great scene.
Danny Thomas won?
The topics may have been touchy, but humor
Lesbian.
was always part of the equation.
Not Lebanese, Blanche.
Oh.
Lesbian.
Lesbian.
She's in love with
The way she says the third lesbian is so good.
And hurt.
To think Gene would prefer Rose over me? That's ridiculous.
Such an inspired turnaround. I loved that
Yeah, that's really
few
great.
moments that I got to play there. It's so Blanche. It was dead on.
It was dead
All
on.
that hard work paid off. The Golden Girls scored.
I like listening to her talk about her character.
1987. The show earned its second Emmy as Outstanding Comedy Series, while Rue McClanahan won the award as Outstanding Lead Actress.
I wish Howie Mandel had studied my name. When he announced me, he said Rue McCallaghan. And I kind of wish that he had said Rue McClanahan, which is my name. But I thought, well, I'm going to call him Harvey Mandrell from now on.
Rue McClanahan didn't let that faux pas stop her from paying tribute to all of the Golden Girls.
5 of us, you know. There's B. Arthur and there's Betty White. There's Estelle Getty. There's me. And there's our secret weapon, the 5th Golden Girl, Terry Hughes. He makes us happy to come to work every day.
She was very gracious and a tribute to me, but she called me the 5th Golden Girl, something I've been living down ever since. I was part of that group. I knew the rhythms of it.
He's been living it down. What an honor, you fuck.
I knew how
Come on.
long to stay on B. Arthur's pause, because I just felt it as if I were on stage with them.
He knew just how to handle all of us, and he knew just how to work between us and the producers.
In just 2 years, the Golden Girls were sitcom royalty. And the girls in the Little Miami bungalow were about to make some friends in very high places.
I'm dying, Dorothy. Saturday, 9 o'clock. Don't make any plans.
Ma, you're being ridiculous.
In September 1988, the Golden Girls reached a new level of success. B. Arthur and Estelle Getty took home Emmy Awards for Outstanding Lead and Supporting Actress in a Comedy Series.
Picture it. California, 1988. This is such a big thrill, and I know that I can't take too much time, but I want to thank the immediate world.
With those wins, Betty, Rue, B, and Estelle entered an elite club in the world of television.
The Golden Girls has a distinction. It shares
We're on
this
episode
distinction
6 of 9, by the way.
These are the only 2 shows historically where each of the principal actors in the series won Emmy Awards.
The Golden Girls enjoyed high ratings and professional accolades, but the ladies never took their work for granted.
I would just say it was professionalism. We read 10 o'clock on a Monday. They were all there at 9:30, and they were all having their bagel, and they would be talking to all of us, you know, what did you do over the weekend? At 10 o'clock, and I mean 10 o'clock sharp, scripts opened up, and we read them.
If the line didn't seem to be right coming out of my mouth or out of Betty's or out of B would always say, there's something wrong here. I don't know what it is, but there's something wrong. And Betty and I would both say something like, you know, I think this line would be better for Estelle.
I remember we would say, look, I don't think I would say this to you, and Rue would say, no, I think Betty should do it, or whatever. And we would talk to the writers and discuss why we felt it wasn't working.
But I think those ladies established right from the start, this is going to be a professional show. It's going to be run that way, and we respected that.
There were times when people got tired. There were times when we had scripts that we were having a real problem with. But they had all been there before. They all had faith in the process and in their staff.
Right. That makes a lot of sense.
Get it together by shoot night.
We just loved that laughter on a Friday night when we did the show. We used to do the show twice. We'd do it about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was on tape in those days, and then we would do it again about 8 o'clock in the evening. And just the laughter was so extraordinary. And often would be quite major rewrites between the 5 o'clock taping and the...
Right. That makes
The
sense.
ladies had to be very quick on their feet to learn new material.
It so happens that I have a story for you. The sex story to end all sex stories.
Some of those stories would go on for 2 pages, and that's long, and she had to remember.
No, wait. I'm thinking of the best meal I ever had.
What makes the show really good
she's the best.
were the moments where it was off story, and that took place in the kitchen. And you know, they were, at the time they were called the cheesecake scenes. And a lot of times it would, that scene would start with what the show was about, but immediately it would veer off into something else.
It's a rhythm thing. If you throw in a couple of extra syllables, the
Rhythm is a dancer.
2 little words, but they are the hottest 2 little words in all the whole world for me to say.
I'm sorry.
The timing between us all was just so delicious.
Betty White's character Rose, she wouldn't get him all the time, but there would be these certain times where she would just fucking lay out these really aware, like self-aware wingers, zingers, whatever you want to call it. Kind of like, I equate what Steve Carell does on The Office with Michael Scott sometimes, where he has these, not many, but he's got like a handful of moments where he's super self-aware. He's highly intelligent. He gets it. And, I feel like that's kind of like Betty White did it with Rose, especially, and some of those lines are really great.
And I don't know.
Like that last one.
You can't teach it. Comedy is such like a little sea anemone that'll fold up on you if you're not careful.
You've either got it or you ain't got it. That's just the way it is.
I think there are a great many wonderful actors, really wonderful actors, who once they're told that they're playing comedy, they turn into creatures from certainly another world. I mean, the voice changes, the delivery of lines will change. It seems to me a lack of honesty.
Well, I'm not playing Dorothy, although playing a sap on stilts would be a cakewalk. No offense, Pussycat.
I thought that that's the way a TV show ran. That, you came, you did your best, everybody showed up on time, there were no fights. And, later in my career I found out that was not the case. So, we were really spoiled having worked on that show.
The women, week after week, manage to find the reality. When you start to get desperate and you get unreal and you go for silliness, that actors have a real tough time keeping it fresh.
The Golden Girls did not run out of fresh material. The show is known for tackling topical and sometimes controversial subjects.
I did love borrowing his clothes.
Did you like wearing boys' clothes growing up?
No, but fortunately, neither did my brother Phil.
Season 4 was no different. Rose kicked an addiction to prescription drugs, while Blanche learned to accept her brother's homosexuality.
The man's as gay as a picnic basket.
I thought that was an important one, and I thought it was handled well. There were, I think, 2 appearances that he made. Marty Markham. First, I find out that he's homosexual in the first one. And in the second one, he brings his significant other to visit us and announces that they're going to be married in some kind of a ceremony that they've got together. And Blanche goes from being outraged and heartbroken and horrified to realizing that she loves her brother, whatever his orientation.
The audience allowed
regardless.
them into their home. We were allowed to say anything, touch any subject, do anything.
You cradle-snatching, empty-headed, two-faced dummy.
And then at other times, she can be a real bitch.
We never liked to preach, but we never minded making a point. So when you're doing comedy, you want to do it in such a way that people are laughing, and you pull back a little bit when you want to make your point, just so they listen.
Yeah, Sophia was great too, because she always had like her ear at the door.
NBC
That's what I was thinking. I couldn't remember the joke that I heard earlier, and I thought that was, I don't know. I think now that's not a good look for that joke. You know what I mean? You know, but hindsight, I don't know. I don't know if I just thought that was a little even racy for the time. You know what I mean? I feel like that's pretty derogatory.
Freedom to push the envelope.
Oh, we better put out the welcome mat. We don't have a welcome mat. What about the one Dorothy says is at the foot of your bed?
When I was doing Maude, where every third day of rehearsal,
God, I swear, I think I've watched all these episodes that I'm seeing tonight.
the network censor.
I've just
I
watched
remember
them
once I was
recently.
supposed to say son of a bitch, and they wouldn't let me say it. I ended up saying son of a witch. But by the time Golden Girls came around, we no longer had people breathing down our necks.
That kind of creative freedom paid off in surprising ways. The show is not only popular in the U.S., it was also a favorite of England's
Okay, we learned about this earlier.
Queen Mother. In November of 1988,
The Queen Mother.
to perform for a royal audience.
It became a cult show over there. And a friend of mine from the BBC who I used to work with said, look, we're doing this Royal Variety performance in front of the Queen Mother, which is a big variety show they do at the London Palladium, and full of British acts. And would the four ladies be interested in coming over and appearing on it? Because we think they would be very popular here. And I talked to them and they were, really?
And when we got to England, it was really pretty strange because we got off the plane.
It's really pretty strange.
Like the Beatles had arrived, you know? These four elderly ladies, you know? I mean, they were screaming for us. It was wonderful.
I had no idea that these women in their 60s would be mobbed by kids and autograph seekers, and it really was a huge amount of fun.
The Ladies of Miami took the stage in the London Palladium on November 21st, 1988.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Golden Girls.
I'll get the cheesecake. I'll get the ice cream.
I'll grab the pepperoni.
I'm shocked.
And I remember they came out, and the very first joke was something, of course, about, you know, an orgy or something like that. And there was complete silence for a
The
second.
Queen Mother was
And
like,
you could almost
orgy?
feel and hear the eyes go up to the box where the
We
Queen
never
Mother
learned
was.
that in spelling
And she kind of
school.
put her handkerchief to her mouth and giggled a little, and then there was a roar. And then it was like you were allowed to laugh at this. And they killed that night.
God forbid one person controls how you're allowed to laugh at things.
I've already seen the guards change, which reminds me one of them left his boots in my hotel room.
They even brought the same chairs on that.
Thrill for me that we got invited to come to London in 1988.
Yeah, that's probably pretty
for
cool.
Princess Margaret and the Queen Mother and other members of the royal family. It was a huge thrill. We got a week in London.
But the thrill of working on the Golden Girls was fading fast for the writers.
We were there writing or overseeing 102 episodes, and it was a great experience, but after 4 years, we felt as writers it would be better to push ourselves out of the nest.
What we found is a lot of times after writers have done a number of years on a show, you need fresh voices. It helps reinvent a show.
The network bosses...
Go figure. Fresh voices? Should we do that with our government too, so that we don't have somebody governing from a hospital where they're pretty much in a fucking coma? Can we do that? Can we do that? Wow, what a novel concept. Fresh voices. Wow. They did it on a TV show 40 fucking years ago.
weren't too worried about saying goodbye to the writers.
Sorry.
But the Golden Girls were about to lose one of their own, who might not be so easy to replace.
If I'm gonna spend the night tossing and turning, at least I want to wake up smelling like aftershave.
Wait. Sorry, I got to do something real quick. Oh, shit. No, I didn't want to do that. Okay, hold on. Got to record this for the audio.
If I'm gonna spend the night tossing and turning, at least I want to wake up smelling like aftershave.
As the Golden Girls returned for their 5th season, A summer cliffhanger needed to be
If
resolved.
I'm going to spend the night
The original
tossing,
writing staff was gone.
whoa.
A new creative team had to keep the ladies laughing.
My little girl is going to have a baby by artificial insemination. For God's sake, somebody say something. Ugh.
Yeah. Instead of re-electing a new head of government, how about an entirely new government from scratch every 4 years? Yeah, that'd be pretty fucking awesome, right? We got to do that with the presidency.
Show was the first episode of our group.
In their
And
cabinet.
it was really a very, very funny show.
Technically.
In 1990, Mark Sotkin took over as the head writer on The Golden Girls. Sotkin knew he had some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, I bet that must have been really
Ready, having worked
tricky.
on sitcoms like Laverne and Shirley and It's a Living.
Oh my God, It's a Living. Oh my God, It's a Living.
Inseminated. I guess that's not so bad.
And I think it helped win the ladies' confidence. Because they, I'm sure, had doubts when a new writing staff was brought in. They had a hit show, they knew they had a quality show, and who were these people who were coming in, and what was it going to be like?
Oh, well, I'm sure he must have been, terribly ill at ease, to take over such a, such a terrific piece of work.
They were incredibly respectful of the words on the page. They wanted to make that work. They had confidence in what we were doing.
It's like a piece of machinery, that is so well...
Right, oiled.
I don't want to say well-oiled, you know what I mean? But something that worked so well that there was very little that you
Finely
could do
tuned.
to mess it up.
By the start of the 5th season, The Golden Girls made more than 100 episodes. Like other long-running TV shows, The Golden Girls faced the constant challenge of coming up with fresh ideas. That season, Rose got a boyfriend.
Miles.
Where's she going?
Men were never in short supply on The Golden Girls, but they rarely stayed for long. This time, Miles Weber, played by Harold Gould, became a recurring character.
And I always remember Harold, he's such a lovely actor. He had this beautiful white mustache. So whenever we had to kiss, I would go in and before the scene, put lipstick on and then powder it down to the point of no return so I wouldn't get that beautiful white mustache in trouble.
Betty is so easy in her talent and in her work. We would stand outside the door before we'd come in. We had an entrance waiting for our cue.
God, he looks so
And we were
different.
making cutting remarks about our clothes or about what they're doing in the situation or the political situation, what's going on, and making cracks and smart jokes and kind of relaxing and enjoying. She's very good at that.
With Miles, the writers explored an ageless theme: dating.
There weren't permanent husbands, so that there's still that kind of dangling dating insecurity or an anxiety. Who's he going to be like? What's this one like? Are you attractive enough? That still is pertinent, for a younger group as well.
Half the fun is in getting there. And boy, did your father and I have fun trying for you.
The Golden Girls weathered the turnover in the writing staff, but the cast and crew had to face another major change.
And Dorothy's brother on the show was a cross-dresser. He cross-dressed since, could you imagine that? People were cooler about people cross-dressing in the 80s than they are now. Just saying.
The man who was named the 5th Golden Girl decided to move on.
I got all ladies together and told them, and that was hard. It was really hard, and they were very generous. They
I get hard for you guys.
Just very sad, very, very sad.
Oh, Lord. I don't remember how he broke the news. I just remember the night he left. We gave him a party over in another building, and I didn't go. I couldn't stand it.
She seems like such a wonderful
I could
woman.
barely see how to get my car out of the lot.
I'd done 110
I'm just
episodes, and it was great.
making
I would
fun of her.
happily have done another 100, but the time came along, and I thought, no, this is the right time to go, and I went. But it wasn't an easy decision.
Harry was capable of doing a lot of things well, and so he got a chance to go out and stretch.
He got a chance to direct film. And that wonderful direction job that he did on The Butcher's Wife, just wonderful.
The Butcher's Wife.
Beautifully directed film.
Kim Basinger? Or is that Demi Moore? Who is that? It is Demi Moore. Okay. I don't know this one. Jeff Daniels. Okay, we're on a tangent.
Take the enchantment and romance of Moonstruck, mix in a little magic, and you have the charming romantic comedy, The Butcher's Wife. Demi Moore is a clairvoyant who thinks she's found the man of her visions, but it turns out that she's missed by about a city block. Jeff Daniels co-stars with Mary Steenburgen in this marvelously mystical movie.
Demi Moore is Marina, a girl who dreamed she was about to meet the love of her life. But it was Leo Lemke who washed up on her beach and took her to a romantic island far, far
What?
away.
Leo! Hey, Doc! Meet Marina!
How much are these? Those are $3.50. This is 3. There you go. Thank you.
There's a lot of nuts in this city. You don't want people thinking you're one of them.
Marina has always made predictions,
I need veal chops. Lots of them now.
and she's usually right,
What's this? Veal chops, lots of them now.
especially when it comes to romance.
There's love waiting for you.
Is that Elizabeth Perkins?
Oh, I ever know for sure. I dreamed about it.
How
Yeah.
come you told her all that stuff?
Do you really think she's clairvoyant? Can't help what I see.
You might want to be careful about ordering your life on such a primitive instinct.
But love is about to take her completely by surprise. Because when it comes to the man of her dreams, she's off by half a block.
Dr. Trimmer, I saw you in my dreams tonight.
Oh, well, that's not uncommon. What was I doing?
Smiling.
She told me I was the man of her dreams.
Maybe it's just not meant to be.
I can't deny that I feel an attraction for you, but don't worry.
Love is a leap that won't be denied.
She's Lonely Tots.
She's wonderful. She's incredible.
I understand what you're doing.
It's good because it makes
It's not Elizabeth Perkins.
Demi Moore, Jeff Daniels, George Sunza, Mary Steenburgen,
I've never met anyone quite like you.
The Butcher's Wife,
Well, you ought to get out more.
That music is like the fucking Weekend at Bernie's music. Should we try to see if Weekend at Bernie's is kind of similar? Weekend at Bernie's. Let's see. No. Give me the trailer for Weekend at Bernie's, please. No! Stop making this 5-star weekend thing be a thing. Okay, here's the trailer. Let's see how the music is.
You broke my watch. Mine still works. You better put that thing back on the dead body. Drive the boat, Richard. Cops are gonna take our fat heads to jail. My God! Look
Wait,
at that.
is this the actual trailer?
Hello?
No, it's just the scene where they drag him. I want the actual trailer, dude. I feel like it's... Okay, hold on. I want to hear the music.
Don't you see, we just uncovered a $2 million error. We're gonna be heroes. We're going up the corporate ladder. It appears as if somebody's trying to defraud the company.
Somebody tried to smoke it past the wrong guy.
Very, very good work. How would you two like to come to my house at the beach?
Love to!
For Larry and Richard,
How are you?
Same music.
is a place to die for.
You have to kill them, Vito.
I'm a little rusty, but it'll come back to me.
What? Should we just walk in?
But what they don't realize
No, we'll stand out here all weekend. Come on, we're house guests.
is while they're checking in,
Forget the accident with the two guys.
Same kind of music. Yeah, it's like that was the thing they did. That was like that was the thing, right? They probably had like packages where you could get the In a World guy and then whoever else, you know.
When Terry Hughes left, I think
Everybody
it may
cried.
have been a bigger bump in the road than even the change in writing staffs in terms of the cast's perception, because they worked so closely with Terry. They were very, very concerned when Terry left in terms of how this was going to affect the show.
Before the season was over, the ladies tested out a few directors.
We went through a couple of different directors come in, and it was a very hard spot to fill.
Make it hard for you
to have
guys.
somebody come in and take over his work. Very difficult.
We never found another Terry.
The Golden Girls ended their 5th season in the top 10, but Hughes took some of the magic with him when he left. The show was about to face its biggest crisis yet. The stars' contracts were up, and one of the girls wanted out.
Fine, Ma. I'll scratch the Ben Gay off the grocery list. I don't want to hear any more about this, and you and I can argue till the cows come home. We're home.
Yeah.
By the time the Golden Girls started its 6th season, the ladies proved that senior citizens only got better with age.
We weren't ever out of the top 10 in the first maybe 5 years of the show. That is something that you just makes your heart beat. You never take it for granted. It makes your heart beat faster. You kept thinking, oh, don't pop the balloon. It's just too good. So we kept everything.
Yeah, right. That makes
To stay
sense.
on top, the writers needed more stories. So, another girl got a guy.
There's a joke among writers that there really are only 7 situation comedies.
An attraction I've been trying to deny. Blanche, what are you doing?
So how do we tell these 7 stories differently?
Like the fatal blossom of the graceful Jimson weed, I entice with my fragrance but can provide no succor.
I'm talking about Stanley, you idiot.
The writers came up with a new storyline for Dorothy's ex-husband, Stan. Actor Herb Edelman played the part of the philandering former spouse.
It's me.
In season 6, Stan suddenly
Stan.
started feeling romantic.
Did you do what I think you did tonight?
I don't know what on earth you're... Yes.
Yeah, she almost marries him again. They actually have this.
There's a word I can't use on television, but they had been married for something like 30 some odd years, and he left her for an airline stewardess. I remember delicious moments like when he proposed to me again after all those years, and he put the engagement ring in a baked potato.
Oh, okay, we're back. I'll go back a little bit. I'll go back a tiny little bit.
You did tonight?
Played the part of the philandering
Should be
former
back.
spouse. In season 6, Stan suddenly started feeling romantic.
Did you do what I think you did tonight?
Yeah, she almost marries him again.
He was, I can't use the word here, there's a word I can't use on television, but they had been married for something like 30 some odd years, and he left her for an airline stewardess. I remember delicious moments like when he proposed to me again after all those years, and he put the engagement ring in a baked potato.
And she almost choked
The
on it.
engagement ended when Stan asked for a prenuptial agreement. Dorothy and Stan's love affair wasn't the only romance to fade.
Bea wanted off the show. She wasn't happy. She didn't want to keep doing it.
I thought, we've hit it, we've really done it, and why hang on and do, and just to keep it running and to go over the same stuff again. It's never going to be as rewarding.
Dorothy, how come we never bond?
We're from before bonding and quality time.
She just simply had it. She didn't want to be part of an ensemble show anymore.
Dorothy, are you all right? Oh, she's a trooper. She'll be fine, won't you, Dorothy?
She had enjoyed doing Maude a great deal, and she was used to being the star of the show. I just don't feel that she felt like she had enough to get her teeth into. I think she just wanted more to do.
her deal was up. It was a question of whether she wanted to continue or not.
B. Arthur decided the 7th season would be her last.
She felt that she had done all that she could do with the part, and we had to respect that. I mean, she gave us so much for so long. Her brilliance, not only in terms of delivery, but in terms of reaction. She is one of the most extraordinary actresses in television history, with or without lines.
He put on this really long rubber glove.
When season 7 went into production, the cast and crew were dealt another blow. NBC execs decided to shuffle the network lineup on Saturday night.
We moved Golden Girls to start off the night, an appointment television show at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock was Empty Nest.
Yeah.
10 o'clock was Sisters. Strong female night
Sisters.
that we did very, very
I don't
well.
remember that show.
And then we put what we hoped were some promising new shows in the 8:30 and the 9:30 slots.
That's just a scheduling thing. I think we were a strong show and they wanted us to lead off the night.
NBC executives hoped the Golden Girls would reel in the audience at 8 o'clock and get the whole night off to a good start.
We'll see about that.
But the strategy backfired.
I think what ultimately happened was less people watch television at 8 o'clock than they do at 9 o'clock. And that went the rating. The Golden Girls went from a top 10
Kids
show
are still
to
getting
number
put to
31 show for
bed.
that season.
Once you have
You know.
established a good, solid running times, that people are so used to that that the network can build.
I kind of remember most of the series, like the serious TV shows, came on after 9 o'clock. Like 10 o'clock was when the serious shows were definitely on. But look at that police story. Like, what is that? That's on for over 2 hours. Simon and Simon. Beyond Tomorrow. I don't know what the fuck that is. Raising Miranda. I don't know what that is either. What the fuck is that? These TV shows I don't even know. Raising Miranda? Is it Miranda? James Naughton. Bryan Cranston was on this show. It was on in 1988. Look at Bryan Cranston, bro. That fucking mullet, dude. That's crazy. I know this guy. I know her. And she's on this show too. Keith Coogan. No fucking way, dude. I love Keith Coogan. Don't tell mom the babysitter's dead, bro. Come on. One of the greatest movies ever. Duke Stroud. This is crazy. Who the fuck is that? I remember him. He usually plays a kind of a dickhead, if I remember correctly. Okay, we're back.
Around it. But when you start taking those linchpins and moving them around, that's when the audience.
China Beach. That was a serious one. That was a show about Vietnam, if I remember correctly.
With B. Arthur determined to leave, the series faced a very uncertain future.
The atmosphere on the 7th year was pretty low because, I mean, when you think about it, this is our last year. We thought they might come up with something to keep it going.
The creative team put their heads together to give the Golden Girls a facelift.
Golden Palace isn't that bad. It's just not the Golden Girls. And everybody wants the Golden Girls, not Golden Palace, you know?
mean, what can you say about 7 years of fights and laughter,
Oh.
secrets, cheesecake?
As season 7 wound down, spirits were low on the set of The Golden Girls. Ratings were down, and the girls were about to break up. B. Arthur was given a special send-off to end the season.
We wanted to do something nice for Dorothy. You know, of all the characters, Dorothy seemed to get, you know, the most of life's curveballs thrown at her over the life of the series. You know, and Stan, her first husband, was such a loser, and we thought it would be a nice thing to have Dorothy marry a nice guy.
Dorothy was always the one that lost the most in love. And also, you know, from a completely selfish creative point of view, we had Sophia and all that to deal with, mother and daughter marriage and all of that, so it just made a lot of sense to write to that.
To switch from Golden Girl to Blushing Bride, Dorothy needed to find a Mr. Right.
You know, we really didn't audition anybody. Once someone said Leslie Nielsen, and we found out that Leslie wanted to do the show and was available, it was like, great. Good-looking guy. We know he's funny.
Tried marrying Mona on
Why not?
on Who's the Boss?
That they would think to select me to do the final episode of Golden Girls with B. Arthur and the rest of them.
Leslie Nielsen was cast as Blanche's Uncle Lucas, who visits his niece in Miami and falls in love with Dorothy.
She was my girlfriend. She was my lady. We ended up getting married.
How was the sex?
So good, we named it.
Whenever he goes to work, Leslie Nielsen is notorious for bringing along his favorite prop, a whoopee cushion. Nielsen knew the mood on the Golden Girls set would be emotional, so he wasn't sure his penchant for practical jokes was appropriate.
It was a great temptation. I had to make a choice because it was the last show, it was a wedding ceremony, it was B. Arthur and everybody else, and it made no difference to me.
Oh, he's such a bore. He really made it. I mean, that gorgeous man. How idiotic this is.
He felt it was his duty to add as much sophisticated.
Oh, bro. That's like the funniest thing to me. He went everywhere with a whoopee cushion. Oh my God, bro. I can't even with this thing. Where is it? Uh-oh. Wait, I'm trying to find it. Oh, come on, dude. It's this one.
My farts don't sound anything like that. My farts are long and way louder, and they reek. So what's the joke? That I had a milder fart than I normally do? That nobody's puking from my fart?
That's the joke.
To what we were doing as possible. Leslie Nielsen is one of the truly funny men. I mean, his entire career is
riddled with laughter.
I mean, he's big time funny, on and behind the camera.
Leslie Nielsen's antics provided some comic relief, but those last few days were tough.
I promised myself I wasn't going to cry.
Oh my God, dude.
I'm going to laugh instead.
The last week of Golden Girls,
Go
actually,
get it.
thinking about it, was fairly emotional. Knowing that B. Arthur was leaving, knowing that the show was not going to be the same, and not really sure what it was going to be.
Oh, well, that was pretty. It was very sad. I mean, even though I wanted out, you know, the
That's pretty funny.
reality of leaving, except, of course, I married gorgeous Leslie Nielsen. That was my way out. But it was very sad.
On April 26, 1992, Dorothy and Lucas walked down the aisle and said their I-dos. There wasn't a dry eye in the house.
It was very easy to cry at the time when we were supposed to cry there at the end.
I gotta run upstairs.
There was no problem crying.
I have a child that is incapable of doing anything for themselves. I'll be right back. Sorry. Addicted to honeycombs. I have a major problem. I don't know. Back in the day, we'd buy some real shitty whoopee cushions too. They would be kind of shitty. Get it? Okay, here we go. Come back. After I change the scene, let's check it out.
I found it just devastating.
Difficult. It was very difficult. And when you know that this is the last
All right,
time
bro.
we're doing this, this
Be
is
safe.
the last time we'll be here, this couch is going away, and those things. But by that time, the three of us, Estelle and Ruzi and I, knew that we were going to go on in Golden Palace.
The 3 remaining Golden Girls were not ready to call it quits. So, the producers came up with a new angle for the old cast.
Susan Harris, again, who created the show, came to us, and we were all going to just move on. She came to us with an idea that she had that she thought would be very valid.
The producers felt that the whole premise of the women living together wouldn't have maintained itself without B. Arthur. So they created a new show called The Golden Palace.
The storyline behind the Golden Palace is that Blanche sells the house and buys an old hotel downtown. And they all go into business at the Golden Palace Hotel.
These ladies who have been in their nice, comfortable, safe little nest go out and confront the world that comes through the front door of the hotel.
But Rose was an
All of a sudden,
actual
we got interested, 'cause
newscaster.
Theoretically, it was a good change and a good chance to go out and explore.
The girls found a new home without B. Arthur. But the Golden Palace was headed for a different address.
Yeah.
They took that concept to NBC, and NBC said, we'll order 13 episodes. CBS counter-offered, and they ordered a full season's worth of episodes.
We had great pride and a great sense of how outstanding Golden Girls was. The notion that we would do something that was a shadow of its former self just wasn't of interest to us.
Our deal was up at NBC, and at that point, the ratings weren't what they had been the first several years. I don't know that the show got old, but audiences move on.
I can't believe it. I mean, we've spent so many wonderful years in this house.
It's like Joey after Friends, you know?
After 7 successful years, the Golden Girls moved away from home. CBS execs wanted the Golden Palace to be more than a reformulated version of the Golden Girls. The network even changed the time slot to Friday nights at 8.
I think CBS wanted something a little bit different in that
Step
they weren't
by
taking a show that was 7
step.
years old.
Ooh, baby.
This was going to be hopefully new enough and different enough that we would have another 7 years.
We're here.
When the Golden Palace premiered on September 18th, 1992, the network hoped the former Golden Girls would bring in a new audience.
They expressed their needs. We tried to fulfill their needs. One of the things that we had in Golden Palace, there was a kid, a young kid on the show who lived in the
You're
hotel,
already jumping the shark.
because they were hoping for a younger demographic.
Don Cheadle came in to play the manager of the hotel, and Cheech Marine came in to play the chef.
Cheech
So we
Marine.
had 2 men, 2 very, very talented men, and the 3 girls.
You know, I was just saying to someone how much I was looking forward to meeting you, and look at you. I mean, they told me the new owners were gorgeous, but I had no...
Look, I'm the chef here, and everything you've heard about angry Mexican chefs is true. So run from me as fast as your legs will take you.
But the Golden Palace just didn't have the same spirit. The chemistry was gone.
There was something about them not being in the house anymore, not being the same dynamic anymore, that was different. So even though same writers, almost all the same actors, it was different.
I guess the ping may have gone out of the out of the writing, and that's the best way I can express it. It just didn't have the same charm. It had to be manufactured a little more.
And if they got in a bind, they would fall back on some of the insurance jokes of it became Golden Girls in the lobby without B,
Mhm.
and it just doesn't work. It's like taking a leg off a table. table doesn't balance if you take a leg off of it, you know.
Oh, I wish Dorothy were here.
Oh, honey, I'm afraid even she couldn't help us out of this.
No, but
She talks nice about
CBS, the Golden
B.
Palace
Arthur, you know.
went out of business.
I think everybody was ready to go home. We had given it our best shot. It wasn't
They look like they're on the set of Friends.
acting up or angry or frustrated particularly. We had done good work.
Were they just on the set of
together.
Friends?
We were very proud of that work. Particularly unpleasant, ready to go home. We had given it our best shot. It wasn't
No.
unpleasant. Nobody was acting
That's
up or
weird.
angry or frustrated particularly. We had done good work, all of us together, and we were very proud of that work. But when the decision came down, it certainly wasn't, I don't think it was a surprise to anybody.
It just didn't work, and I don't think it could have worked. I just think people didn't want to adjust their vision of the show. They loved the show that they'd seen, and they didn't want, and I think in a way, for a short period, for a certain period of time, it sullied the memory of Golden Girls being as good as it was.
Do you know what it's like to be totally ignored?
But the bad memories did not last long. A whole new generation was about to meet the four ladies from Miami. Production on the Golden Girls ended in 1992, but that didn't stop the ladies from working. B. Arthur guest starred on a number of TV series, like Malcolm in the Middle. In 2001, she returned to her first love, the theater. Arthur started her career on Broadway and won a Tony for her performance as Vera Charles in the 1966 musical Mame. Her new one-woman show was simply called B. Arthur on Broadway.
I knew that I didn't want to do another series. Rather than wait around for the next great part to come along in theater, let's just do a one-person show. People constantly ask, which do you prefer, TV or live theater? Doing sitcom, you never have the luxury of taking something and saying, all right, it doesn't work now, but damn it, I'm going to make it work. I'm going to make it work. I'll try something different tonight.
Arthur's performance earned critical acclaim, including a 2002 Tony nomination.
Oh, well, that was very, very nice. I hadn't been back on Broadway since 1966. When I was in Mame.
In the early 1990s, Estelle Getty made appearances as Sophia Petrillo on shows like Empty Nest and Blossom.
Blossom
is acting my dream and my work. It's what I do as a life's work. It's also my hobby. I love the theater. I love acting. I love everything about the profession.
Getty officially retired from acting in the late 1990s, but the actress continued to work occasionally. In 1999, she was cast as Grandma Estelle in the film Stuart Little. After the Golden Palace closed its doors, Rue McClanahan starred in TV movies and plays. In 1997, Rue was diagnosed with breast cancer. Today, she is cancer-free and occasionally speaks in a lecture series called Aging Gracefully, where she openly discusses her bout with breast cancer.
I've battled it with a lumpectomy and then chemotherapy and radiation and meditation and being with the right man who said he wanted to stand by me through this, my dear husband, Morrow Wilson. Having someone on your team like that, having someone on your side like that is very important. The people around you when you are battling cancer are as important a part of your cure as anything.
Betty White returned to situation comedy in 1999 on the short-lived series Ladies' Man, where she celebrated her 50th year in television.
Well, honey, if you hang around for 53 years, they've got to get around to you, sooner or later. They're stuck with you. But what's funny is now with all the nostalgia and with all the reruns, it's hard to turn on the set and not be confronted with me. I'm going to get stoned out of town one of these days.
With 4 published books and more on the way, Betty also added author to her list of credits.
Writing is addictive. You just have to do it, and it's fun. But with a busy schedule, it's hard to squeeze it in there.
Although the Golden Girls have moved on, the series continues to find new fans in syndication.
People rediscovered the show, and people just remembered God, this was funny. Some people were discovering it for the first time. It was a whole new generation, certainly of young people who came along and had never seen it before.
We're in 47 countries now, and you get mail from Finland, Sri Lanka. Will you tell me what in Sri Lanka they see and 4 old ladies living together in Florida?
I can't believe that to this day, anywhere in the world,
I still love that they call them old
3
ladies.
hours a day. And, you know, to get mail from Goa. Do you know where Goa is?
Now I'd say our mail is 75% kids. My name is Stephanie, or my name is Tiffany. I'm 12 years old. I watch 2 shows in the morning, and then I come home and watch 2 shows in the afternoon. And I always think, when do you do your homework?
You know that I see something in rerun now. And I see something and I say, oh my God, I forgot about that one. I forgot about that episode and how brilliantly funny that is.
I will remember the wonderful fun we had and all the jokes that we all played. We used to leave notes, things like Burt Reynolds called and said, call him back. Or Blanche, you left your red pumps in Teddy's car, please call him. It probably won't occur again, that kind of quality in my life. Maybe it will. Maybe it will.
It was just such a love affair. It was a love affair between all of us.
Hi, I'm Betty White, and you're watching My Tale on TV. No, that's not it. No.
Maybe in the first year, I said I patterned Blanche after my sister Melinda. I didn't mean you were promiscuous. Well, she said everybody else in the United States thought you meant that.
It took me almost 50 years to get here. All of those years, I didn't make any money. If you amortize it over the years that I did make a living, I'm making $1.98 an hour.
I look like Barbara Bush, don't I? Don't I? Be honest. But cute.
But cute. That's weird. I really like that.
An appointment television.
Hey, what's up, Chavi? Yeah, dude. 100%. I love the Golden Girls. It's definitely one of my favorite shows. Chappie! Wait, what? Oh, Boyle, you're so fucking weird, dude.
Yeah.
Boyle loves sniffing farts, man. Like, just loves it. Yeah, that's probably going to be... Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to probably go to sleep here soon. That was fun, though. I will say so for sure. I got the movie. Oh, this is a new movie. Okay, hold on. This is a new flickle. Let's see if we can figure it out. The Mist? Can I just say, I don't think it's The Mist, but I'm going to say that it's The Mist. Let's see. I'm going to take a guess. It's not. Okay. It was old. I don't know this movie, man. I don't think it's Night of the Living Dead, right? You said Lolita? Look at you, saving the day. Look at you, saving the day. What a stud. Never seen it.
Humbert, don't tell Charlotte that I've told you this, will you? Humbert,
Oh, excuse me. No, that's all right. Come in, please. I'm Frederick. Oh.
then I guess this is goodbye.
Yes.
Then I guess this is goodbye.
Yes.
Now forget Ramsdale and poor Charlotte and poor Lolita and poor Humbert. And now forget
We got it. We got it. Lolita. Tears. All right, let's see. We've got Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 tabs. And there were probably 2 or 3 more that oh shit, they have archives? Oh my god, I didn't even realize that. Oh my god, oh my god. This Huh? That's Rachel McAdams, right? What the fuck is that? Is that Philip Seymour Hoffman? It looks like it. I was gonna say, is this like Mission Impossible?
That's the kind of face I make.
Weddings.
Oh no. What was the movie? Is he a news guy? Is he a... Is this... No, is this... I don't think it's Doubt. I don't think it's Doubt, because that's... Oh, I don't know. I don't think it is, because Doubt, I think, he's a priest, if I'm not mistaken. It's some kind of... I don't know. I'm going to say that, but I don't think it is. Yeah, it's like a...
Military, mainly. What's to...
I don't know. A most wanted man. Didn't even know that existed. I'm going to try to see. Let's try to find one more. Whoa, that music. Oh, wow, that's an interesting scene. This is wild. Oh, I've never seen this. That's a rhino, though. Yeah, I have no idea. We're just going to leave that one alone. We're just going to leave it alone. But now I know that there's archives, which is really fucking cool. I'm pretty sure it'll tell which ones we've done. Anyway. All right. Let me see who's on. I'm going to hit the Sizzity Sackety. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's easy. We'll go over to Crippity Crip. We'll read his booty. I don't understand why it does that. It is nice to hang out. It is, and that was a long time ago. That was 6 minutes ago. I could have swore I saw that, but I didn't. And that took me that long to to make a decision on rating somebody because I got distracted by finding the Flickle archive that I don't really know. Okay, so we did that one. There's a lot we haven't done. This is really great. We'll have things to do for Flickle. I never realized that. Feel kind of dumb now. What? Oh, their stats. All this stuff I never even knew happened. It shows you how many you've gotten. There's only been 9 that we didn't get. Pretty good. All right, party people. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. I'll check you guys later. Bye. Much lube.